Chapter 2014. Next, the Zhao family began to fight back. After the defeat of the Three River Alliance battle and the loss of millions of disciples of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect and the 10,000 Demon sect, the Zhao family almost fell into madness. Then, the Zhao family brought the crazy monsters everywhere for revenge. Yang Lan succeeded in making the Zhao family realize the importance of Yang Chen. This was also the case, and they sent masters to destroy Chunyang Palace and kill Yang Chen. Unfortunately, their luck was bad. They encountered 3 masters of the Dragon Clan in Chunyang Palace, and the masters and monsters sent were all annihilated. New hatred and old hatred, the Zhao family gnashed their teeth against Yang Chen. Therefore, there was the subsequent emergence of the heart-refining pill and the name of Yang Chen. It was planned that after the conspiracy of the heart-refining pill was completed, even if Yang Chen did not die, he would become the public enemy of the cultivators and would be killed. Unfortunately, some people in the Zhao family did not understand Yang Chen at all, and they did not understand Yang Chen's pride. Not to mention that Yang Chen knew the conspiracy of the heart-refining pill. Even if he did not know, he would not pretend to have this kind of reputation. It's all thanks to you that some proud fellows of the Zhao clan lost to me. Yang Lan finished talking about the cause and effect and said with a smile, "So, how to deal with you now, I have the final say. Are you satisfied after listening to this? You won't kill me right away?" Yang Chen also seemed to understand that Yang Lan would not kill him right away, so he was not afraid at all, at least Yang Lan thought so. "Of course, you have such a good reputation, how can I be willing to let you die?" Yang Lan smiled again. "Even if I hate that I can't let you die right away, you have to die with some value, right?" "What value?" Yang Chen asked calmly. He was not afraid that Yang Lan would not say it. Now Yang Lan was more obedient than the most obedient prisoner. He answered whatever he was asked. "I think you also see that there must be a problem with the heart-refining pill. Otherwise, you would not let Chunyang Palace not touch it." Yang Lan, as Yang Chen expected, quickly replied, "Yes, there is a problem with the refining heart pill. Those idiots from the Zhao family thought that as long as they used your name, many people would believe them and it would quickly become popular. They've always been hiding in the shadows and feel that they've long since been able to control the situation of the world, yet they're completely unaware that they're the frogs at the bottom of the well. Do you really think that a mere heart-refining pill can deceive all the major sect and wipe out a large number of mystic immortal experts from each sect?" Yang Lan was very disdainful of the people of the Zhao family. They think that all the major sect are fools. When they find that the refining heart pill is a little useful, they will desperately like it. I believe they will soon taste the consequences of their actions. Do you believe me? I do. On this point, Yang Chen and Yang Lan's views were absolutely the same. Even without Yang Chen's reminder, the major sect had already experienced a demonic tribulation in the mortal world. Even if the same trick was changed, it might not be able to deceive the people of the major sect. The Zhao family really thought that the major sect was so simple, and they were doomed to fail miserably. Look, even you can understand this truth, but those idiots from the Zhao family just don't understand. Yunhao said this very helplessly, and then his expression changed. But soon they will understand all this, and then they will find out how wise I am to have already reminded them of this. The Xiantian sect treated me like this, so I naturally have to take revenge. Yang Lan said it very easily and calmly. Since I can destroy the Taishaman in the mortal world, I can also destroy the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world. Of course you, the alchemy master, are indispensable to help. The major sect now believes in you more than they believe in their own alchemy masters. Maybe some things can be arranged through you. At this point, Yang Lan's purpose had been clearly revealed, and it was naked in front of Yang Chen. He now wanted to control Yang Chen through the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra, and even wanted to control the entire Chunyang Palace, and then use the power of the Zhao family to destroy the Xiantian sect. In a way, Yang Lan's purpose was the same as Yang Chen's. I will not make the previous mistake of trying to control everyone around me. Yang Lan's voice came out of Yun Hao's mouth. I will only control the most critical few big figures that all the cultivators will not think of and will not test, such as you, Master Yang. I believe that you will help me firmly control the entire Chunyang Palace. Yun Hao had squatted down, and his right hand was also extended to Yang Chen's forehead, but his face was facing the head of the palace and Gao Yu, whose eyes were spewing fire, and he said with a smile, "Don't worry, when I control Yang Chen, he will erase your memory. You will not remember that I have been here. On the contrary, Yang Chen, you will make a great contribution and expose the identity of this puppet spy. This newly refined dragon snaring lasso is a gift for you." Yang Lan smiled very happily. "When necessary, you will suddenly capture the 2 masters of the dragon clan who helped you and send them to me, and then let your Murong concubines send the dragon puppets to me. I will be very happy to accept the gift you will give me at that time. With them, even if I want to control the Zhao family, it is not difficult, is it?" As he spoke, Yang Lan had already begun to move. The restriction of the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra immediately began to take effect, and a powerful imprint of spiritual awareness entered into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. "Sleep, sleep." Yang Lan's voice came out of Yun Hao's mouth. "When you wake up after 20 hours, you will only remember that you fought with this spy and then obtained the dragon snaring lasso. I have never appeared. Of course, you will take the initiative to let them forget my existence." With Yang Lan's soft voice like coaxing a child, Yang Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. Everyone was angry and anxious, but they were bound by the dragon snaring lasso and could not move. With a loud laugh, Yang Lan's laughter was full of the kind of comfort of the past, feeling as if he had eaten a lot of heart-refining pills. Then, Yun Hao's body softened and he collapsed to the ground, motionless, as if his soul had been sucked out. Everyone was silent, looking at this situation. It seemed that no one knew what to say. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, seeing that there was no more movement from Yun Hao's side, Yang Chen, who was supposed to sleep for 20 hours according to Yang Lan's words, suddenly sat up. The dragon snaring lasso that bound everyone was forced to open up a gap with a gentle struggle. Yang Chen's hand then broke free from the bindings. Then, the free hand pinched the bottom of the dragon snaring lasso. The dragon snaring lasso seemed to have changed owners, and it quickly let go of everyone. It curled into a ball and became a belt, hanging softly in Yang Chen's hand. Acting is really hard. At this moment there was no longer any expression of grief or indignation on the faces of the people around them. Zhou Xianying even smiled and sighed. Everyone's smiles were brighter than flowers. Chapter 2015. From the moment Yang Chen realized that something was wrong, Yang Chen used his spiritual awareness to communicate with all the people present and let them cooperate with the play. Yun Hao's series of performances in front of everyone was just watching the play. Even if everyone was tied up by the dragon's snaring lasso and could not move, no one panicked. Everyone had seen Yang Chen use 2 fingers to break the dragon-entangled grass magic weapon that tied up the dragon puppet and Ao Lai last time. This was just a demon-eating vine. It was not under Yang Chen's words at all. As for Yang Lan's confession that he wanted to use the Great Unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra to control Yang Chen, it was even more of a joke. The Palace Master and Master Wang Yong may not have a deep understanding, but Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Zhou Xianying had double cultivated with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. They knew better than anyone how powerful their husband's spiritual awareness was. Wanting to control their husband was tantamount to a fool's dream. Moreover, in the Dragon Palace, there was Li Cheng who was more unfathomable than their husband. Even if their husband was already controlled by Yang Lan, brother Li Cheng had a way to solve this trouble immediately. Everything was just Yang Chen's family and the palace master Wang Yong accompanying Yang Lan to act. The result of the acting was to understand the relationship between the Zhao family and Yang Lan. At the same time, they also understood what Yang Lan wanted to do and the dynamics of the Zhao family. The refining heart pill was indeed a conspiracy made by the Zhao family. What Yang Chen said had never been wrong. The palace master and Master Wang Yong were quite satisfied. Husband, is the great unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra important? Gao Yu was still a little worried and asked aloud. Fortunately, it's quite interesting, Yang Chen replied with a smile. At the same time, he did not forget to feel the movement of the spiritual awareness seed left by Yang Lan in his own sea of consciousness. To be exact, it was not Yang Chen's own sea of consciousness. When Yang Chen's sea of consciousness turned into the Lingshao treasure hall, it already had an unbreakable feature. Right now, aside from Li Qing, no one else in the spiritual realm would be able to shake Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, not even someone as strong as Aolan. The original 2 dragons playing with a pearl had turned into 2 dragons on the roof of the soaring heaven palace. The white pearl in the middle was placed in the middle of the roof, and it was still releasing the purest divine sense. The moment the most original and purest consciousness was released, it would automatically be absorbed by the soaring Heaven King Palace and become a part of the soaring Heaven King Palace that was getting stronger and stronger. However, Yang Chen had already felt that this white bead would not release too much divine sense. When Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed entered Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen's first reaction was to subconsciously wrap it with his spiritual awareness and isolate all contacts with Yang Lan. Yang Lan, this guy, was really self-inflicted. What was wrong with him? He had to play with this kind of spiritual awareness control on Yang Chen. Back then, Li Liheng also thought the same, which led to the entire Taishaman being toyed with. What kind of suicidal spirit did Yang Lan have? Of course, ignorance was not a crime. Yang Chen would never blame Yang Lan. He was worried that he didn't know how to explore the movements of the Zhao family. Yang Lan was such a timely help, it was simply touching. However, at the moment when the spiritual awareness silk wrapped Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed, Yang Chen suddenly had a good fortune in his heart. He took back the spiritual awareness silk and sent Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed to a corner of his sea of consciousness. Subsequently, a large number of spiritual awareness silk rushed over and quickly built another one according to Yang Chen's sea of consciousness when he was in the Yuanying stage in the mortal world. Of course, it was a blank sea of consciousness after removing all kinds of phantoms. In a short while, this corner became a fake sea of consciousness that seemed to be independent of Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, but it was closely connected and firmly controlled. Or to be precise, it was a virtual sea of consciousness. Then Yang Chen began to observe how Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed broke out in this virtual sea of consciousness, and then achieved the process of secretly controlling a cultivator. That feeling was like becoming a god in his own sea of consciousness, and all the changes were clearly presented in front of him. In his previous life, Yang Chen had never heard of the great unfettered demon heart sutra being cultivated to this level. Even if there was, it was estimated that it would be hidden very deeply, and it would not be easily known by other cultivators. This kind of cultivation method that even the demonic cultivators felt was harmful to the heavens was not a cultivation method that could appear in front of the cultivators. However, Yang Chen had to admit that when the great unfettered demon heart sutra was cultivated to this level, there was really a feeling of quantitative change to qualitative change, there was a kind of posture of rebirth. Yang Chen did not cultivate the great unfettered demon heart sutra. Everything was hearsay and heard from others. He had not yet tasted the true power of the great unfettered demon heart sutra, and now he finally had the opportunity to try it. Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed seemed to have really become a seed. In Yang Chen's virtual sea of consciousness, it madly absorbed Yang Chen's spiritual awareness as nutrition, and then it expanded a little until it filled Yang Chen's entire sea of consciousness. Then, the spiritual awareness seed began to turn into nothingness, just like Yang Chen's spiritual awareness silk. It turned into countless filaments and penetrated into every corner of the virtual sea of consciousness. The whole process was similar to the process of swallowing and then assimilation. Compared with the previous simple control, it was not known how many times better it was. In the end, Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed had completely disappeared, and was replaced by a hidden spiritual awareness network that was ubiquitous in the virtual sea of consciousness but almost impossible to detect. No wonder Yang Lan wanted to say that Yang Chen would be unconscious for 20 hours. When this process was carried out, the feeling that the virtual sea of consciousness passed to Yang Chen was that he had lost all control and was simply in a coma. Under normal circumstances, even if Yang Chen woke up, it was impossible to find the spiritual awareness network, and he would not realize that he had been completely controlled. It turned out that spiritual awareness could also be used in this way, which made Yang Chen's eyes open. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade, and Yang Chen now has such a feeling. No matter how evil and terrifying the legend of the great unfettered demon heart sutra was, when it really reached this realm, there were definitely countless merits in the control and concealment of spiritual awareness. Sure enough, it was the ultimate cultivation method of the demonic path. Palace Master, Master Ancestor, I have erased all your memories of what happened just now, please cooperate. Yang Chen smiled at the head of the palace and Master Wang Yong. It was a complete joke. Yes, what happened just now, we can't remember. Master Wang Yong replied seriously with a taut face and a smile. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. When Master Wang Yong laughed, everyone suddenly laughed, and the hearty laughter filled the entire hall. Only Yun Hao, who had become an idiot, was lying on the ground and listening. Chapter 2016. Yun Hao could no longer be saved. After Yang Chen understood the tyrannical control method of the great unrestrained demon heart sutra, he realized this point. Yang Lan did it very thoroughly, directly destroying Yun Hao's life. Now, everyone had to break this dragon trapping formation and do what they had to do. The dragon trapping formation was not difficult for Yang Chen. The immortal beheading saber could break it at any time. However, it seemed a pity to break such a complete formation like this. It was better to leave it to Gong Sunling to deal with. Gong Sunling had accompanied Yang Chen to cultivate for so many years. She did not completely pay attention to the refinement of the cave abode. She still cultivated whatever she needed to cultivate. Gong Sunling was an array cultivator. Improving her attainments in the path of array formations was the most fundamental. Hence, she had studied the dragon trapping formation in the Dragon Palace over the years. At the same time, Ao Lan and Ao Lai had studied the dragon trapping formation with Gong Sunling. The two of them were the most concerned about this kind of formation that could trap the dragon race. They also had the most intuitive feeling. Even though they had not studied it for a long time, they still gave Gong Sunling a lot of inspiration. The arrival of Big Brother Li Qing gave Gong Sunling even more places to ask for advice. Basically, Gong Sunling had already figured out the principles of this dragon trapping formation. However, there were still some areas that she did not understand about how to lay it out. However, breaking this formation was no longer difficult for Gong Sunling. Of course, Gong Sunling's method of breaking the formation was not like Yang Chen's. Instead, she used the principles of the formation to break it without destroying the integrity of the formation. It would be more appropriate to call it breaking the formation. The only thing she could not compare to Yang Chen was time. Breaking this formation would take more than 20 hours. When Gong Sunling brought everyone outside, it was also the time when Yang Chen should have woken up for a few hours. This time should be enough for Yang Chen to erase everyone's memories of the formation. The dragon snaring lasso was not bad. The dragon snaring lasso, the demon-eating vine, and the dragon snaring grass were all good stuff with high cultivation. It was definitely the best gift for Sun Qingxue. The little girl had almost refined the demonic vine of ultimate demonization to the limit. After refining these two things, her cultivation base would directly rush to at least the heaven immortal level. As expected, when Sun Qingxue received the dragon-snaring lasso, she happily kissed Yang Chen a few times. In recent years, when Sun Qingxue was cultivating, she had been honing herself with the help of the combination of the blue jade blood phantom vine and the ultimate demonization vine in her body. With this magic weapon integrated into the blue jade blood phantom vine, it was enough for her to use it to cultivate to the immortal world. Not waiting for Yang Chen to tell his family and big brother Li Qing about what had just happened, Yang Chen's thoughts came from the virtual sea of consciousness, asking him to disclose the dangers of the refining heart pill, and at the same time, the pill recipe that caused the addiction of the refining heart pill. Naturally, the pill formula was exactly the same as the one that Yang Chen gave to Sect Master Li. Although it was an order in Yang Chen's virtual sea of consciousness, it felt as if a certain idea had suddenly appeared spontaneously and was the result of a sudden inspiration. If Yang Chen had not been paying attention to the virtual sea of consciousness, he would have really thought that it was his own idea. After the great mastery of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra, it was really impossible to guard against it. Next, Yang Chen told the girls and big brother Li Qing about what had happened before, and at the same time, shared the feeling of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra controlling people's hearts. This demonic cultivation method really has some tricks up its sleeve. Even someone as strong as big brother Li Qing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after listening to Yang Chen's feeling. If he is allowed to advance further, there will be no way to detect it at all. Yang Chen nodded. At this stage there was such power. After crossing another 1 or 2 realms, the power would definitely increase by thousands of times. In this way, it seemed that it was not completely impossible for Yang Lan to rely on the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra and 3 Dragon Clan Masters to control the Zhao family. It's a bit interesting. Big brother Li Qing closed his eyes and began to ponder this kind of demonic cultivation method. There were many things in it, which were extremely useful for everyone's spiritual awareness cultivation. Even big brother Li Qing could get a lot of experience from it. Not to mention the girls, Lady Fanghua and several maids had already found a room to retreat. Tao Junkie also got something and also went back to her room to retreat. It must be said that Yang Lan's action this time still gave Yang Chen's family a lot of benefit. Yang Chen and Li Qing were pondering Yang Lan's intention for him to disclose the conspiracy of the refining heart pill at this time. It was reasonable to say that the Zhao family intended to use the refining heart pill to trap the spiritual world cultivators once. The biggest purpose was to catch all the top masters of the major sect in one fell swoop. 10 years have passed since the meeting between Yang Chen and Sect Master Li. During these years, the major sect headed by the Profound Heaven sect has sent most of their masters into the trial land. Perhaps the Zhao family felt that it was time to close the net. Yang Lan let Yang Chen make it public at this time. It must be that the overall situation has been decided. Even if Yang Chen made it public, when the news reached the major sect would be powerless to turn the situation around. All the masters were in the trial land, and even if they wanted to inform them, it would be too late. Yang Chen's public disclosure of the conspiracy of the refining heart pill was no longer helpful. However, Yang Lan let Yang Chen choose to make it public at this time. It must be to bring great prestige to Yang Chen. The higher the prestige of Yang Chen, the greater the opportunities that Yang Lan could use in the future, which was also good for Yang Lan. It seemed that this should be Yang Lan's purpose. Anyway, the Profound Heaven sect had been plotting for 10 years. The major sect was not a fool. They had also prepared for 10 years. At this time, whether it was publicized or not, it had little effect on them. Yang Chen did not hesitate much and immediately spread the news through various channels. Wanbao Tower, Drunken Immortal House, and Chunyang Palace all began to spread the news to each other. At the same time, there was also the medicinal qi pill recipe that caused the addiction of the refining heart pill. Chunyang Palace even sent people to the major sect at the fastest speed to urgently inform them of the news. Unfortunately, even with the fastest speed, it would take half a year to send the news far away. This was only for the various sects. The masters in the trial land could not care about it at all. As soon as the news was announced, it caused an uproar in the Sunset Rock. The disciples of Chunyang Palace were not allowed to touch the refining heart pill, but other sects couldn't control it. There were many cultivators who stayed at the Sunset Rock who had to take the refining heart pill for daily cultivation. When they heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. Some people were not reconciled. According to Yang Chen's pill recipe, they refined a batch of medicinal qi experiment. As soon as the results of the experiment came out, the cultivators' faces turned ashen. These years, relying on the refining heart pill to cultivate for such a long time was very comfortable, but it also indirectly sent their own door of life. In the future, unless they could get rid of the addiction of the refining heart pill, as long as they went out, it was estimated that they would be killed by someone with ulterior motives. As for the top executives of the major sect, at this moment, they were like ants on a hot pan, and they could no longer sit still. Chapter 2017. The major sect wasn't completely unprepared. Yang Chen had already reminded them at the beginning that it wasn't Yang Chen who provided the recipe. It was obvious that someone was playing tricks on them. They would be fools if they didn't guard against it. However, even though they were on guard, the elixir didn't seem to have much of a problem. The masters of the various pharmacies had checked it countless times, but they couldn't find any hidden traps inside. This wasn't the kind of crystal used during the demonic calamity in the mortal world. It was refined by themselves. There shouldn't be any problem with eating it, right? In particular, when the mysterious heaven sect said that there was no problem, the major sect basically relaxed their vigilance. Of course, this was only a part of the people. The higher-ups were still very tense and didn't dare to relax. The smart ones directly stared at Chunyang Palace. When Chunyang Palace allowed their disciples to take it, they would follow suit. If Chunyang Palace didn't allow their disciples to take it, then everything would be over. It was just that although the major sects were on guard, they were not like the pure Yang Palace, setting up sect rules to strictly guard. It was just a kind of elixir that didn't have any side effects. It wasn't worth such a big fuss. Moreover, there were many disciples in each sect, and many of them were tired of cultivating. With this kind of elixir, they could collectively improve the cultivation of a large number of disciples. As long as the sect didn't encourage it, it was enough. This was also the attitude of most sects. They didn't encourage it, but they didn't know about the restrictions on it. They just treated it as a kind of elixir that could assist in cultivation, like the questioning inner heart pill. It only played a supporting role. In the end, the cultivation still depended on the cultivator themselves. However, the major sect's attitude was very consistent in one aspect. Even the group of experts who had entered the trial grounds were thinking the same thing. Except for the mysterious heaven sect, who already knew that there was a problem with this elixir, they deliberately let some masters take the heart-refining pill so that they could easily enter the trial ground. The other sect arranged for masters to enter without knowing. Like the mysterious heaven sect, the masters who entered the trial ground were all in small teams. There were dozens of people at most, dozens at least, and at least 5 or 6 people. Everyone entered in groups. On one hand, they could take care of each other, and on the other hand, they wouldn't be eaten by others all of a sudden. This method was commonly used when recovering lost territory, especially when entering the territory of Xian, immortal demonic beasts. Fighting alone against low-level demonic beasts was still alright, but when encountering high-level demonic beasts, one would die on sight. Only by gathering like this could they slowly eliminate the demon beasts bit by bit and recapture the lost land. The Zhao family was targeting the experts from all sides, so they were not surprised to see such a situation. It had been many years since the start of the demonic tribulation, and many experts had used the same method. In any case, the Zhao clan's trap was just to make more and more Xian immortal experts enter the depths of the trial grounds. As for the method, the Zhao clan didn't care. The trump card used to eliminate these experts was the addictive medicinal qi. As long as the medicinal qi was released, these experts would definitely be affected for at least 2 breaths. In a battle between experts, 2 breaths were enough to determine life and death. Although the various sect had many Xian immortal experts, the Zhao clan had many experts as well, right? When Yang Chen announced the news, it was the time when the Zhao clan was already planning to make a move. Yang Shi's calculation was accurate. From Yang Chen's announcement of the conspiracy of the refining heart pill to the news being sent to the major sect, there was still a time difference. This time difference was just enough for the major sect to know, but they couldn't inform the elites of the trial grounds. After that, they couldn't blame Yang Chen. In order to add a halo to Yang Chen's head again, Yang Shi was also painstaking. The elites of the trial grounds were indeed in trouble. However, the trouble they encountered was not the conspiracy of the refining heart pill, but the core array of the trial grounds. It was the array that blocked Yang Chen and Li Cheng from entering the real core area. If it weren't for Yang Chen's Zhao clan manor, which belonged to the same lineage of magic weapons, it would have been impossible for the 2 of them to enter the core of the trial grounds without disturbing anyone. The current trouble encountered by the masters of the major sect was exactly the same as that encountered by Yang Chen and Li Cheng. An invisible barrier blocked them outside the core area. Once this invisible barrier was explored by divine sense for a long time, it would even absorb divine sense, and even kill the cultivator. Because of this characteristic of devouring divine sense, at least hundreds of Xian immortal experts were sucked dry and died in vain. The purpose of the major sect to send Xian immortal experts into the trial grounds was nothing more than to clear the Xian immortal beasts in the trial grounds and to find the whereabouts of the Zhao clan. The former goal had been achieved by so many masters in almost 10 years. However, the latter goal had not been found. After clearing the beasts on the periphery, it was natural to enter the core area. All the Xian immortal experts who came in were a little excited. In the past, many generations of strong masters could only circle around the periphery of the trial grounds. Now, with the help of the refining heart pill, they finally touched the edge of the core area. Many people were very excited. The more powerful this invisible barrier was, the more it meant that there was a problem inside. The reason was simply obvious. During the Battle of the Three River Alliance, the Zhao clan had so many Xian immortal beasts. Everyone had also guessed the source. Once they thought that the other side of the barrier was the Zhao clan's lair, the masters of the various sects couldn't help but feel itchy. At this time, everyone basically followed the unspoken rule of the past. Whichever sect would attack from the direction that the sect originally controlled. However, they were all blocked by this barrier. Every sect paid the price of several Xian immortal expert. However, it also made everyone understand that this barrier couldn't be casually probed with divine sense. The elites of various sects were gathered in this area, trying to find ways to break this barrier and enter the back. At this stage, the various sects' tacit cooperation had also begun a healthy competition. Everyone already had a common understanding that whichever sect broke this barrier first would be the biggest winner. Even if they were to be rewarded based on merit in the future, it would be the greatest merit. Basically, the masters of various sects were also gathered together and distributed in all directions. Other than the few Xian immortal beasts that were occasionally sweeping the outer periphery of the trial grounds, almost all the elite masters were outside the barrier. What the Zhao clan wanted was for the masters to be gathered together so that it would be convenient to catch them all in one fell swoop. If the attack failed, it wouldn't be so easy to wipe out so many Xian immortal experts if they scattered. The Zhao clan, who had been keeping an eye on the masters of various sects, began to deploy their forces. When all the preparations were done, they suddenly launched a thunderous attack. Chapter 2018. The attack broke out suddenly. The experts of the Zhao family were taking care of all the sect's forces. None of them were left behind. This time, the Zhao family had used the heart-refining pill, which they had kept for a long time. They had even given up many Xian immortal demonic beasts just for this day. The purpose was to capture all the top forces of the sect in one fell swoop. In front of all the Xian immortal experts, the invisible barrier that they had been unable to do anything to seemed to suddenly open countless doors, and countless experts quickly appeared from within. The experts of the Zhao family were all at the Xian immortal level. They had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. As soon as they came out, they attacked immediately. Both sides were like fire and water. There was nothing that could be reconciled. All the sect's forces knew that the Zhao family's lair was behind the barrier. Needless to say, those who came out were enemies. Although they did not dare to use their divine sense, they could see a large group of enemies coming out from the barrier with their naked eyes. As long as they did not release their divine sense randomly, it would be fine. In an instant, all sides were in a mess. Unfortunately, because the experts of the various sects had been blocked outside the barrier for many days, they had lost their spirit. However, the Zhao family had been recuperating and building up their strength. Behind the barrier, they watched as the experts of the various sects were helpless and prepared meticulously. They were tired after a long time. Coupled with the advantage in numbers, they gained the upper hand on the battlefield. However, the experts of the sect were not pushovers. After being blocked in this place for so long, they were already furious. The Zhao family, who had suddenly appeared, immediately became the target for them to vent their anger. They attacked with all kinds of killing moves. Even though they did not gain the upper hand on the battlefield, they still fought well. Just as the battle entered a stalemate, a group of experts of the Zhao family in the crowd began to secretly crush the outer shells of some of the pills they carried with them. Waves of medicinal qi began to spread rapidly throughout the battlefield. In order to prevent the Xian immortal demonic beasts from attacking them, the experts of the sect who participated in the battle had all taken the heart-refining pill. Moreover, they had taken it for a long time. The moment he came into contact with this medicinal aura, he immediately felt an intense need to refine the heart pill. His body, which was in the midst of battle, could not help but tremble. This feeling came very suddenly and also very quickly. If it was a normal day, he could forcefully suppress it by circulating his qi for a while, or he could take a heart-tempering pill at any time. What was worse was that the Zhao family's ferocious enemies didn't look like they were willing to give them a little time to recover. The experts who had taken the heart-tempering pill were a beat slower because of this feeling. The other side's even more ferocious attacks immediately followed, and it looked like the group of experts were going to die for nothing. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booms rang out incessantly. Among the experts of the various sect, almost every sect had more than 10 people hit by the experts of the Zhao family and died on the spot. This seemed to indicate the fate of the remaining experts. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened to the Zhao family. On the mysterious heaven sect side, although a few experts had died, more experts seemed to have expected this. As soon as the sudden feeling appeared, they immediately retreated. At the same time, they thought of something and all of their companions in their cave abodes rushed out. The sudden appearance of an expert several times their own caused the Zhao family to turn pale with fright. The experts that appeared from the mysterious heaven sect were not affected by the medicinal aura at all. They were full of fighting spirit and rushed toward the Zhao family like an avalanche. As for the experts who had been affected by the heart-tempering pill, they were all separated at the back. They forcibly suppressed their addiction and joined the battle. It could be said that the mysterious heaven sect had suffered the least losses. The number of mysterious immortal experts who had died because of the medicinal aura was less than 10. The number could be counted on 2 hands. It was inevitable that people would die in battle, but the number of experts who had died was less than the number of people who died in a normal battle. The experts of the other sect were not as lucky as the mysterious Heaven sect. As soon as the medicinal aura appeared, all of the experts were affected. In an instant, more than 10 experts fell. This was only the first batch. Soon, the second batch and the third batch appeared. However, the experts of the various sects were not to be trifled with. The battle at the Three River Alliance allowed all the sects to see what kind of effect could be achieved by using cave abodes to conceal their strength. This was a trial ground, not a sect. No one would come to check the cave abodes on the cultivators, so no one knew how many experts the major sect had brought. Although there were many losses, there were also a lot of new forces that appeared. Every sect had thought of this method. Now that it was time to decide life and death, they immediately released all of their hidden forces. In terms of the number of experts, the major sect combined definitely surpassed the Zhao family. The Zhao family's people thought that they had achieved their goal and attracted enough experts from the major sect to annihilate them in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that the major sects would beat them at their own game this time? They even took out their trump cards. Other than a few experts who could guard the sect, the rest were all sent out. Most of the experts were hiding in their cave abode. Now that they appeared, the balance of advantage immediately shifted to the major sect's side. No matter how many experts the Zhao family had, after being scattered in so many directions, the number of experts in each direction was at a disadvantage. They were surrounded by the experts of the major sect. The pig-like person in charge did not understand the art of war at all. He had never thought of concentrating his superior forces to eliminate the enemies one by one. Instead, he naively thought that he could rely on the heart-refining pill to dominate everything. He wanted to finish the battle in one fell swoop. At this moment, he finally tasted the bitter fruit of his arrogance. The hunter suddenly became the prey. The position of the host and the guest was instantly reversed. After the new forces appeared, the experts of the Zhao family were destined to meet a tragic end. The smart ones immediately escaped back to the barrier, leaving the rest as cannon fodder. When several experts with similar cultivation levels attacked one, the outcome was nothing more than being killed or captured alive. In the face of life and death, the experts of the Zhao family also erupted with a fierce side. They did not fear death and launched their final attack. Even if they were seriously injured, they would decisively detonate their own magic treasures and bodies. The sound of explosions rang out one after another. When everything quieted down, the experts of the various sects were shocked to find that none of the Zhao family members who did not escape were captured alive. All of them had died in battle. In this battle, almost half of the top experts of the Zhao family were eliminated. However, the major sect also suffered heavy losses. Apart from the mysterious Heaven sect, which was the most well-prepared and lost less than 40 Xian immortal experts, each sect lost at least 100 Xian immortal experts. Chapter 2019. There were close to 20 sect members. On average, each sect had more than 100 experts, which added up to more than 2,000 experts. More than 2,000 mystic immortal experts were enough to crush a first-rate sect. Even a super sect would suffer a great loss under the attack of more than 2,000 mystic immortal experts. The Zhao family was worse off than all the other sects combined. Almost 3,000 mystic immortal experts were buried in this battle. One should know that these experts were not like the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect or the Thousand Beasts sect, who were indirectly controlled by the sect. They were the core strength of the Zhao family. Every one of them was cultivated by the Zhao family at great cost. Now, they were all buried in this battle. All the major sects had achieved their previous goal of luring the enemy and greatly schemed against the Zhao family. All the experts had a feeling of exaltation. Unfortunately, this invisible barrier was too strange. They couldn't use their divine sense to probe it. A small amount of spiritual energy attacks were useless. They couldn't find a way to break it for the time being. Everyone knew that the Zhao family's nest was inside, but they could only watch helplessly. Since they couldn't do anything to the Zhao family, they could only vent their anger on the beasts outside and slowly return to the sect. This time, most of the super experts from all the sect members had come here to set up trap. The sect must be empty to a certain extent. Since they had achieved their goal, they naturally had to rush back to inform the Zhao family and protect the sect against the Zhao family's retaliation. Every sect left a group of experts to keep an eye on the core area to prevent the Zhao family from playing any trick. Such a loss was definitely not something that any sect could bear. If the Zhao family concentrated their firepower on one sect, it would probably be a disaster. On the way back, the experts from all the sect had almost wiped out all the beasts in the trial ground. Now, the trial ground was no longer a trial ground. Instead, it had become a place similar to a normal cultivator's territory. Only those with low cultivation couldn't easily get close to the core area. Soon, all the sect members received the news brought back by their expert. After hearing the results of the battle, the top management of each sect let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed. Losing more than 100 experts was still bearable for all sides, but the Zhao family had suffered heavy losses. It could be considered a great fortune in misfortune. While they were overjoyed, all the major sect members were also scared. Fortunately, the person in charge of the Zhao family this time seemed to have taken some stupid medicine. He actually thought of dividing his forces and wanted to capture all the masters of the major sect in one fell swoop. This time, they went for wool and came home shorn. They suffered a double loss after trying to get the bride. It could be said that they reap what they sow. If that had not been the case, all the masters of the sect would have been killed. It would not have taken long for the arrogant sect to be reduced to a first-rate sect, and the entire spiritual realm would have been unified by the Zhao family. With the power that the Zhao family had revealed this time, any sect would be terrified and see them as a potential threat. Even if half of them were wiped out and the other half escaped back, who knew how many more of such experts there were? As long as the Zhao family was not eliminated, all the major sect members would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. The elixir formula of the medicinal qi released by Yang Chen had been verified by all parties. Almost all the cultivators who had taken the heart refinement pill knew about it. The medicinal qi could trigger the addiction of the heart refinement pill, which could make one's reaction speed slow down involuntarily during a battle. For everyone who had taken the heart refinement pill, it was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, and they did not know when it would fall. Those who had taken the heart refinement pill were all full of regret. If they had known this would happen, they would not have done it in the first place. They had done it for the mere pleasure and to improve their cultivation efficiency in a short period of time. However, they had forgotten that there were no shortcuts in real cultivation. Everything that looked delicious on the surface was all a trap. However, it was too late to regret at this time. Those who were addicted to the heart refinement pill could only accept this result helplessly. Since it was dangerous to go out and fight, they could only stay in a safe place before they got rid of these addictions. The process of getting rid of the addictions could be regarded as secluded cultivation. Those who were not addicted to the heart refinement pill did not dare to take it lightly. Who knew if there would be other side effects later on? It was said that they were not addicted to the heart refinement pill, but they had also experimented and found that they would still be affected by the medicinal qi. However, the effect was not particularly big. Even so, they had to be careful at all times. Otherwise, they would be taken advantage of by the enemy. Originally, the devil tribulation had just ended. Although there were still sporadic monsters everywhere, it was a good time for them to go out for trial and cultivate their combat experience. However, because of the heart refinement pill, most of the cultivators stayed quietly in their lairs and did not dare to go out easily, which made people feel a little speechless. At this time, all the sect finally realized how wise the rules of Chunyang Palace were. In the entire spirit realm, There were no more than 10 sects whose disciples could still move normally, and the biggest one was Chunyang Palace. Several other small sects also saw Chunyang Palace's behavior. They believed in Yang Chen's judgment and did not allow their disciples to take the heart refinement pill. At this time, they were the happiest. Yang Chen's reputation in the spirit realm had once again risen to a higher level. In the eyes of all the major sects, Yang Chen's importance had been raised again. All the major sect was a little bit eager to see what Chunyang Palace would do. Among the praises from all sides, there were a lot of rumors. At first, it was rumored that Yang Chen had discovered the elixir recipe of the heart refinement pill, and the elixir recipe was indeed sold from a branch of Wanbao Tower. Although Yang Chen later took the initiative to jump out to refute the rumor, no one thought it was a big deal at that time. But now that Yang Chen had discovered the elixir recipe of the heart refinement pill, it could actually trigger the addiction of the heart refinement pill. Many people had gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Who knew if this elixir recipe was released by Yang Chen, and he first denied it and then released the elixir recipe of the heart refinement pill to gain reputation? Those who had such doubts were basically the cultivators of those small sect and rogue cultivators. The people of the major sect would never doubt it. It was an indisputable fact that the Zhao family had used the heart refinement pill to set up a trap for the major sect. Yang Chen and the Zhao family were by no means on the same side. Everyone knew this in their hearts. In this battle, the Xiantian sect was the happiest. They had lost the least masters and killed the most Zhao family members. Of course, what made them most proud was that among the masters and disciples, the Xiantian sect had taken the heart refinement pill the least. After receiving Yang Chen's notice, the higher-ups consciously let these Xian, immortal masters, who were going to set up the trap know some clues. Those who acted as bait were voluntary, and most of them had stagnated for a long time. Perhaps after the ordeal of the heart refinement pill this time, they would have a new understanding and break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. Chapter 2020. Some people regarded the same thing as a disaster, while others regarded it as training. This was the difference between different states of mind. However, in any case, after this experience, those who had taken the heart-refining pill would definitely have some insight. Even the simplest ones should not be eaten casually. Of course, the experts of the Xiantian sect were confident because Yang Chen had guaranteed that he could solve the addiction problem of the heart-refining pill. They might not believe others, but from the sect master to the 36 celestial stars, they had no doubt about Yang Chen's words. If Master Yang said he could solve it, then he must be able to solve it. Yang Chen was also considering when to introduce the healing heart pill and the free and unfettered secret art to reduce addiction. It was obviously unreasonable to introduce it now. It would make people feel that he had prepared it long ago. There had to be a process and it had to be done slowly. Chunyang Palace was very cooperative with Yang Chen's actions. They immediately released the news through Wanbao Tower that Master Yang needed a few addicted cultivators to test the medicine. The pill to be tested was the heart-refining pill, which could reduce addiction. Of course, they couldn't say it so directly. They just said that Master Yang needed a few cases for reference. As soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted a tide of followers. Everyone knew Master Yang's alchemy level, and they also understood that whoever tested the medicine first would definitely solve the problem first. There would be no extra cost. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? No one was a fool, so they naturally fought for it. However, after all, it was a medicine test, so there must be a certain risk. It depended on how much confidence people had in Yang Chen. From the fact that hundreds of people signed up as soon as the announcement was made by Wanbao Tower, everyone's confidence in Yang Chen was extraordinary. Elder Wu Xiong didn't ask for much. Instead, he chose 10 extremely addicted people. They were all human immortals, earth immortals, and heaven immortals. The Xian immortal experts were not easy to deal with, but before he could open his mouth, A Xiantian sect disciple ran over and respectfully told Wu Xiong that the 2 Xian immortal elders of the Xiantian sect were also willing to come and test the medicine in person. This time, no one dared to have any ideas. Those who were not selected waited obediently, and those who were selected were beaming as if they had already won the lottery. It seemed that everyone felt that Yang Chen would be able to solve the problem, and they were convinced of it. While Yang Chen was cultivating, he took the time to meet with these cultivators, especially the 2 profound immortal elders of the mysterious heaven sect. After they arrived, they didn't put on any airs and did whatever Yang Chen said. If he had nothing to do all day, he would eat and drink well in Chunyang Palace. He would also instruct some disciples of Chunyang Palace with great interest. When he had nothing to do, he would smile from ear to ear. Of course, Yang Chen understood this situation. These 2 probably knew something. They were looking at Chunyang Palace as if they were looking at the mysterious heaven sect. Since they were all his disciples, it was normal for him to give them pointers if they had any cultivation problems. However, this situation was completely different in the eyes of the 10 cultivators who were testing the medicine at the same time. At the very least, the 2 or 3 heaven immortal experts did not dare to put on any airs and were frighteningly amiable. The real heart-healing pill couldn't be taken out all at once. It had to be tested several times before it would slowly take shape. It wouldn't be too late to announce the pill recipe at that time. As soon as they settled down, the major sect sent 2 profound immortal experts who were addicted to taking the heart-refining pill. Since they were already here, Yang Chen naturally couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. He immediately arranged for a grand reception. Fortunately, these people were very reasonable and were very polite when they stayed in Chunyang Palace. Seeing that the 2 experts of the mysterious heaven sect had time to instruct the disciples of Chunyang Palace in their cultivation, everyone didn't hide anything and followed suit. Anyway, as long as it wasn't the secret method of the sect, they could instruct anyone with their own understanding. In this way, the disciples in the mountain gate of the Pure Yang Palace had a blessing. Everyone took turns to entertain these distinguished guests, and they could also get the guidance of these Xian immortal masters. It was simply a pie falling from the sky, so that every pair of pears were overjoyed. Yang Chen didn't expect that Chunyang Palace would become like this, but this was also good. It could solve a small problem for Yang Chen. If the Xiaoyao technique was to appear, he needed a few influential people. Otherwise, Yang Chen couldn't explain that he had never taken the heart-refining pill. How could he simulate the feeling of the heart-refining pill so well? These Xian immortal masters were just the right candidate. Yang Chen could explain the principles of the free unfettered secret art at the appropriate time, and then slowly guide them to collectively create the free unfettered secret art, which could also share some of Yang Chen's halo. If all the things were taken out by Yang Chen, not to mention ordinary people, even the major sect would probably suspect that the heart-refining pill was done by Yang Chen. But if the profound immortal experts of the major sect simulated the changes according to some of the pharmacology described by Yang Chen, it would be the credit of these profound immortal experts. All the major sect had a part in this. If anyone dared to complain about this matter, it would mean that they didn't give the major sect face and wanted to fight. With someone sharing the burden, not only would Yang Chen's reputation be improved, but Yang Chen would also get a lot of credit. It was really suitable. Time passed quickly. In half a year, Yang Chen's heart-refining pill had been changed several times, and the effect was very close to the authentic heart-refining pill. The effect of the heart-refining pill in the previous life was good, but in this life, Yang Chen's alchemy level was higher. Whether it was the pharmacology or the technique, they were better. The new version of the heart-refining pill was even better than the one in the previous life. There was also a general version of the free art. At least a few profound immortal experts didn't need the heart-refining pill at all. They could solve their own problems by relying on the free art. They only needed the last bit of perfection to get the final version. This made the participating profound immortal experts full of confidence and a sense of accomplishment. Even their state of mind had been greatly improved. Good news came one after another. Yang Chen also continuously absorbed several kinds of fire seeds in the past 6 months. His cultivation base had once again improved by a small realm, reaching the 7th grade of human immortal. In total, Yang Chen had continuously improved by 4 small realms in a short period of 50 years. This cultivation speed was unprecedented except for Gong Sunling and Lady Fenghua. Yang Lan was very quiet these days, and he didn't mean to touch Yang Chen at all. Yang Chen was also constantly studying the virtual sea of consciousness and observing the control method of the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra. It had to be said that this was very effective. At least it made Yang Chen have a lot more understanding of the magical use of spiritual awareness. Even Big Brother Li Qing felt that there were merits in it. After so many years, Yang Chen has explored the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra very thoroughly. Now Yang Chen is already considering whether he can control Yang Lan through the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra and the 3 Purities secret art. Yang Lan has gone deep into the Zhao family. If he controls Yang Lan, he can get more secrets of the Zhao family. Chapter 2021. The virtual sea of consciousness made Yang Chen have a deep understanding of the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra. In the past few years, after Yang Chen thoroughly studied the changes in the sea of consciousness, he began to turn to the part of the connection between the two. If it was just Yang Chen's spiritual awareness seed, then there was naturally no need for too much detailed research, but the spiritual awareness seed was directly integrated into the virtual sea of consciousness of Yang Chen. At this time, it could still maintain a connection thousands of miles away, and even send a thought to Yang Chen's virtual sea of consciousness, and let Yang Chen think that this was a thought in his own mind. This was worth exploring carefully. That is, Yang Chen, after cultivating the 3 Purities secret art, was extremely sensitive to any changes in his spiritual awareness, so he could find the faint spiritual awareness connection. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to have such a sensitive degree. In other words, there was such an invisible spiritual awareness connection in the void that connected Yang Chen and Yang Lan together. Yang Chen seemed to have felt this feeling before, just after his first spiritual awareness split between his body and his clone. At that time, the Immortal World's profound heaven sect once sent a great principal golden immortal to the lower realm. After the great principal golden immortal discovered the connection between himself and his clone, he also wanted to follow that path to kill and destroy Yang Chen. Now, that guy's spiritual awareness was still in the white bead in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, slowly being purified into the purest spiritual awareness and absorbed by Yang Chen. However, according to Yang Chen's judgment, there would not be too much spiritual awareness seeping out of the white bead. He has now clearly felt the subsequent weakness in the bead. If Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base also had the realm of Great Principal Golden Immortal, he could easily kill Yang Chen through the connection between Yang Chen and Yang Lan. Unfortunately, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base was not yet at the Golden Immortal level. Separated by thousands of miles, it was still beyond his power to destroy Yang Lan, who cultivated the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra. Yang Chen doesn't want to kill Yang Lan yet, although as long as Yang Lan appears in front of him, he can kill him 100 times at any time. But Yang Chen had now successfully broken into the Zhao family. Yang Chen didn't want to let go of such a good undercover, so he could only find a way to control him in turn. A thin thread of spiritual awareness followed the connection between the two, slowly twining and spreading, exploring Yang Lan's side. This was the technique that Yang Chen had just learned from the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra. If Yang Lan knew that Yang Chen would actually use his own technique on himself, he didn't know how much blood he would spit out. Like an invisible snake, the thin thread of divine sense slowly crawled across hundreds of thousands of miles and approached the target. Yang Lan, who was complacent, did not realize that he had become the prey of others. He was still immersed in the pride of being valued after winning against a few wastes of the Zhao family. Several direct descendants of the Zhao family, because of their self-righteous strategy, caused the Zhao family's vitality to be greatly damaged. They lost more than 3,000 core Xian immortal masters, which almost made the current Zhao family head vomit blood directly. In the end, he had to pinch his nose and admit that under his usual protection, his children not only did not cultivate good cultivation, but also had a lot of self-righteous and armchair strategists. To put it bluntly, it was simply a model of great ambition but little talent. Yang Lan, who strongly opposed the plan after knowing it at the beginning, fell into the eyes of the family head. Yang Lan was very smart. He was not specifically nitpicking, but in addition to picking out those mistakes, he also put forward targeted suggestions for improvement. It was just that at that time, his words were light, and no one would pay attention to him. It was not only the direct descendants of a few family heads who were arrogant, but also the masters of the Zhao family. They came into contact with many Xian immortal monster beasts on weekdays, and they did not pay attention to the little cultivators of the spiritual world outside. In the same arrogant atmosphere, the Zhao family was hit hard, waking up the family head and those Zhao family who were addicted to the dream of being the overlord. Yang Lan's previous performance was naturally taken seriously. The Zhao family head also began to ask Yang Lan's opinion in some aspects, not for anything else, but for Yang Lan's previous objections, and secondly, Yang Lan was the only cultivator from the outside who did not cultivate in the Zhao family manner in so many years. Many of his ideas were completely different from these core think tanks, and they had reference significance. In short, Yang Lan was now the only cultivator from the outside who was valued by the Zhao family head. Simply put, his status had greatly increased. Not only did he have the priority to provide various resources, but he also had all kinds of luxurious enjoyment, all kinds of beautiful dual cultivation partner configuration, and there were also experts to guide his cultivation. Naturally, an outsider won the favor of the family head, which made many core masters of the Zhao family unhappy. Intentionally or unintentionally, everyone would reject Yang Lan, making Yang Lan feel isolated. Yang Lan was very clear about his status, but he would not be unhappy because of the rejection of those Zhao family masters. Compared with the contempt and torture in the mysterious heaven sect, this was already heaven. Yang Lan was a person who knew how to endure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to flatter the young sect Master Li Liheng when he was in the Taishanmen. He knew very well that the one who laughed at the end was the one who laughed the best, and Yang Lan thought that he was the one who could endure until the end and laugh at the end. In the Zhao family, there were already several key junior direct disciples who were quietly controlled by Yang Lan and turned into his puppet. However, Yang Lan was a lot smarter. As he said to Yang Chen before, he only controlled those who would never be inspected. This matter was related to his own life and death. He had already made a mistake in the mysterious heaven sect, controlling the people around him on a large scale, which led to him being discovered. This time, he would never make a second mistake. It was at this moment of Yang Lan's pride that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness snake drilled into Yang Lan's sea of consciousness along the connection between the two people's sea of consciousness. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, Yang Chen used the technique of the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra learned from the virtual sea of consciousness and began to control Yang Lan in turn. As soon as the spiritual awareness snake drilled into Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, it planned to do the same. The spiritual awareness silk cultivated by the Three Purities' secret art was much stronger than that cultivated by the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra. Yang Chen had also greatly improved his technique. At least in the kind of silent integration process, Yang Lan would not be in a coma and would not lose his mind. This was the gap between Yang Chen and Yang Lan. Yang Chen's plan was perfect. As long as it could be completed, Yang Lan would become a spy inside the Zhao family. He would tell Yang Chen about the movements of the Zhao family anytime and anywhere. So far, the plan has been implemented perfectly, and only the last step could be completed. However, when Yang Chen's spiritual awareness silk was about to begin to diverge into Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen suddenly found an anomaly. Chapter 2022. Yang Lan's sea of consciousness seemed to be normal. However, Yang Chen, who has studied the virtual sea of consciousness for many years, is very keen to find that in some respects, Yang Lan's sea of consciousness and the virtual sea of consciousness in his own sea of consciousness have a little in common. Yang Chen was a cautious person. In the absence of full certainty, Yang Chen would rather give up this opportunity than easily disturb Yang Lan. Stopping his own actions, Yang Chen carefully observed the situation in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness several times, and finally made a judgment with a high probability. This situation in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness was probably the same as Yang Chen's. It was quietly controlled by the means of the great unrestrained demon heart sutra. However, the master who controlled Yang Lan's cultivation base was definitely much higher than Yang Lan's, and his technique was several times more subtle. Even if he controlled Yang Lan, he did not let Yang Lan notice a little abnormality. This was originally what Yang Chen intended to do, but he did not expect that it would be done first. Yang Lan, who was originally the controller, was actually controlled by an unknown master, and then Yang Chen came to the door. Was there anything more dramatic than this? Of course, for Yang Lan it was definitely a tragedy. Unfortunately, he had not realized it. Yang Chen stopped and once again carefully studied the unknown master's method of controlling Yang Lan. For so many years, Yang Chen's research on the virtual sea of consciousness made Yang Chen have a deep understanding of the great unrestrained demon heart sutra. Even because of the cultivation of the three purities secret art, Yang Chen's understanding of the great unrestrained demon heart sutra may be stronger than Yang Lan. Now Yang Chen can be sure that the technique in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness is not out of the scope of the great unrestrained demon heart sutra. The other party is using the great unrestrained demon heart sutra, and it is even likely that he learned it from Yang Lan. However, the cultivation base of the other party was much higher than that of Yang Shi. The magic power displayed from the other party's hands was stronger and more hidden than that of Yang Shi. The reason why Yang Chen couldn't be sure at the beginning was because the other party's spiritual consciousness was not cultivated from the great unfettered Devil Heart Sutra, but rather used his own spiritual consciousness to simulate the technique of the great unfettered Devil Heart Sutra, causing a certain degree of difference, which interfered with Yang Chen's judgment. After confirming this, Yang Chen knew that the other party's understanding of the great boundless demon heart sutra was not above his own. Whether it was Yang Lan or the unknown master, they had never personally felt the feeling of being controlled by the great free demon heart sutra. Naturally, their understanding was not as deep as Yang Chen's. Of course, Yang Lan was controlled by an unknown master, but he did not know and had no chance to feel it. Noticing that his opponent's technique was very ordinary, Yang Chen found something he could manipulate. The spiritual awareness snake slowly explored the surroundings along the edge of Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. After wrapping and piling up a large piece at the edge of the surrounding, it began to integrate into Yang Lan's sea of consciousness little by little. Yang Chen carefully controlled the spiritual awareness snake to bypass the area controlled by the master. The great free demon heart sutra's control of the puppet was said to be completely integrated into the puppet's sea of consciousness, but neither Yang Lan nor the unknown master's spiritual awareness could achieve Yang Chen's subtlety. The spiritual awareness could pass through the subtleties of their fusion without disturbing both sides. Because of such a small accident, Yang Chen maintained the posture of practicing the three purities' secret art in the Dragon Palace for more than a month before completing the entire process of controlling Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. Naturally, the unknown master did not fall behind. Several of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness threads have been completely disguised as Yang Lan's spiritual awareness and connected with several key points of the other party. It was not known the identity of this unknown master, but it was nothing more than a master of the Zhao family. Yang Lan thought that he had some status in the Zhao family. Unfortunately, he never understood that from the beginning to the end, he was just a puppet controlled by the Zhao family to give advice. All his conspiracies were probably in front of the eyes of the Zhao family. From these points of contact, Yang Chen found a little taste of the Dragon Clan. Although it would not be reflected in the spiritual awareness, Yang Chen had too much contact with the Dragon Clan, and it was a little too familiar. Yang Chen suspected that the one who controlled Yang Lan was the Dragon Clan master of the Zhao family. And one of them. Yang Chen was hesitating whether to test it or not. But Yang Chen was afraid that his easy test would let the other party perceive his existence. It was not easy to enter Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. Once it was seen through, wouldn't it fall short of success? But soon, Yang Chen found a good way. Since the other party was a Dragon Clan, Yang Chen only needed to let Yang Lan think about the Dragon Clan in his mind, and the other party could easily perceive it. If the other party was a Dragon Clan, there would be a reaction to Yang Lan's rebellious thoughts. Although the other party might have already perceived Yang Lan's thoughts, if Yang Lan's imagination was a little crazy, it might not be impossible to make the other party react a little. In this way, Yang Chen would also have the opportunity to explore the depth of the other party. Imitating Yang Lan's method at that time, Yang Chen directly gave a command to Yang Lan's mind. Yang Chen caught the Dragon Clan. This was the task that Yang Lan left for Yang Chen at that time. The dragon snaring lasso was left for Yang Chen because of this. One day, when Ao Lan and Ao Lai came to Yang Chen's side, Yang Chen would suddenly make a move. Yang Lan was completely unaware of the fact that he was being controlled. He just suddenly thought that if Yang Chen caught two Dragon Clan masters, and one of them was at least at the Golden Immortal level, then the Murong sisters would offer him a Golden Immortal level dragon puppet. With two Golden Immortal level experts and a Celestial Immortal level dragon master, the Zhao family would definitely be able to destroy them, right? The Zhao family would definitely be controlled by him. Yang Lan's fantasies were a little exaggerated. It was said that the Golden Immortal level dragon master was still a woman. After a period of debauchery, Yang Lan, who relied on female cultivators to successfully cultivate the Great Unfettered Devil Heart Sutra, immediately had some thoughts about Ao Lan that he should not have. At this moment, Yang Lan's sea of consciousness vaguely transmitted a thought with a little anger. In just a moment, Yang Lan seemed to suddenly think of the power of the Dragon Clan. He quickly broke away from that exaggerated state of fantasies. He looked around guiltily. When he found that no one was paying attention to him, he felt relieved. However, in his heart, he gave himself a little warning. He could not be too careless. He could not have any improper thoughts about the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, he would die before he could succeed. That would not be worth the loss. Yang Lan thought that his thoughts were normal. However, Yang Chen got what he wanted to know from the movement just now. The other party must be an expert of the Dragon Clan. The pride of the Dragon Clan. Even if they were enemies, they would not want their enemies to be humiliated by an ant-like fellow. This is interesting. Yang Chen's face suddenly had a little smile. Chapter 2023. There was also a mysterious master of the Dragon Clan behind Yang Lan, which made Yang Chen a little surprised, but also a little excited. Unexpectedly, his inadvertent operation could also catch a big fish. Yang Chen's hard work this month was not in vain. With such a mysterious master behind him, Yang Chen couldn't beat the grass and startle the snake. Therefore, the spiritual awareness snake immediately lurked quietly and did not move, waiting for Yang Chen's next action. The healing heart pill recipe had been finally determined. Compared with the healing heart pill in his previous life, the healing heart pill optimized by Yang Chen was better. The feeling of taking it was very similar to the refining heart pill, but there was no trouble of being addicted to the medicine. Even if it was taken for a long time, there was no need to worry about addiction. Of course, the healing heart pill was only a means to alleviate the addiction of the refining heart pill. The most important thing was the free and unfettered secret art. The free and unfettered secret art was the feeling of one's own cultivation. There was no need to worry about any external interference, nor would one be addicted to anything. This was the safest stage of the secret art. However, Yang Chen still cautiously waited for half a year, waiting until all the cultivators who participated in the trial were no longer troubled by the refining heart pill under the dual effects of the healing heart pill and the free and unfettered secret art. Even if they were directly bathed in the medicine, there would be no problem. Only then did he officially push out the healing heart pill recipe and the free and unfettered secret art. The healing heart pill was Yang Chen's credit, but the free and unfettered secret art was the result of the joint research of the Xian Immortal elders of the major sect. On the surface, Yang Chen only cared about alchemy. Everything seemed normal, and no one would find it strange. No one dared to question the free and unfettered secret art. That was the credit of the Xian Immortal elders of the major sect. Questioning the free and unfettered secret art was questioning them. There were no fools among the cultivators. The pill recipe and the secret art had been launched, and they were immediately enthusiastically pursued by countless cultivators. The refining heart pill had now become the heart demon of many cultivators. If the troubles of the refining heart pill were not solved, many cultivators would not dare to go out. Yang Chen and the other major sects' medicinal pills and martial arts manuals had become their life-saving straws. Once they had been tested, they were immediately praised. Unfortunately, the effect was not immediate. Even if the heart-healing pill and the unfettered mantra could replace the heart-refining pill, there was no need to worry about people becoming addicted to it. However, this process still required a certain amount of time. Calculating it, those cultivators would need at least 2 years or even longer to completely quit their addiction to the heart-refining pill. For cultivators, 2 years was not a long time. For the more powerful ones, a casual retreat could last for tens or even hundreds of years. Most importantly, solving the problem of the heart-tempering pill was what everyone was concerned about. By relying on the heart-healing pill and the unfettered art, he believed that he would be able to restore the spiritual realm to its former glory very soon. Once all the demonic beasts in the trial grounds were wiped out, the demonic tribulation would come to an end. It had been more than 800 years, which was less than 200 years compared to his previous life. Moreover, in his previous life, the trial grounds had not been wiped out. Instead, they had continued to maintain the demonic beasts in the trial grounds. The only difference was that the major sect controlled the trial grounds. Now, cultivators could enter and exit the trial grounds at any time. The major sect finally let go of their worries. With the heart-healing pill and the unfettered art, their disciples no longer had to worry about problems with their cultivation. They also no longer had to worry about being plotted against. What made the major sect feel especially proud was that the unfettered art, which solved the root of the problem, was the work of the elders they had sent out. There was no need to worry about any trap. The experts of the mysterious heaven sect were especially satisfied. Those who had taken the heart-refining pill felt like they had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and needed to break through. After experiencing this, their stagnant cultivation began to show signs of improvement. It had to be said that even though many people had taken the heart-refining pill, there was a world of difference between taking it while knowing the consequences and taking it passively without knowing the consequences. Aside from the experts of the major sect keeping a close eye on the core of the trial grounds, The spiritual realm had basically returned to its peaceful state. All the cultivators were hiding in their own territories, quietly recuperating while licking their wounds, waiting for the next wave of battle. The battle with the Zhao family would not easily stop, and all the sect knew this. Right now it was just the calm before the storm. Whether it was the Zhao family or the other cultivators, they would not give up. However, no one knew when the next battle would break out. Everyone understood that once the battle began, whether it was an expert or a weakling, the final deciding factor was their own cultivation. That was why so many people had used the heart-refining pill to cultivate. In fact, they were all fighting for their own future. The heart-refining pill had already been proven to be a trap, so everyone used the unfettered art. After all, in terms of credibility, the experts of the major sect were much more trustworthy than the Zhao family. Yang Chen's cultivation during this time was also to improve his cultivation base. The speed of absorbing the fire seed to improve his cultivation base was much faster than normal cultivation. Yang Chen was not impatient. After solving the matter of refining the heart pills, he was not in a hurry to cultivate with all the girls. He did not go out of the door and did not step out of the door. He was like a lady from a noble family. The short-term goal was to improve his spiritual awareness to the golden immortal realm as soon as possible, so that he could cause the spiritual awareness to split again and reach the 6th level of the three purities secret art. At that time, Yang Chen's third primordial spirit could become the artifact spirit of the Mountain River geographical map, in charge of the world of the Mountain River geographical map, and in charge of the heavenly Tao of that world. This goal was not very far away. After so many years of cultivation, Yang Chen and the women's spiritual awareness had steadily improved together. They had returned to the level of peak Xian Immortal, only one step away from entering the golden immortal realm. Ao Lan and Ao Lai, who had disappeared for a long time, finally appeared again and were soon welcomed into the Dragon Palace. As soon as they met, Ao Lai first presented a small and exquisite palace to Yang Chen like a treasure. He asked for credit loudly. "Here, this is the Golden Dragon Palace you want." Yang Chen's 5 elements Dragon Palace had already obtained 4 attribute. He only needed the metal attribute to be complete. Last time, Ao Lan promised Yang Chen to help Yang Chen find a Golden Dragon Palace. He really did not break his promise. As soon as the Golden Dragon Palace appeared, the one who reacted the fastest was not Yang Chen, but Xiao Tian. His figure appeared outside the Dragon Pagoda and swallowed the small Dragon Palace into his abdomen. After a while, he spat it out. There was no dragon aura on the Golden Dragon Palace. The missing corner of the 5 elements Dragon Palace was finally completed, forming a complete cycle of 5 elements. Xiao Tian placed the Dragon Pagoda on the base of the Golden Dragon Palace almost without stopping, and then began the process of refining and fusing crazily. "Big sister, did you find any clues on this trip?" Yang Chen did not need to pay too much attention to the 5 elements Dragon Palace. Xiao Tian would refine them. Yang Chen only cared about what Ao Lan found when she went back to understand the situation. Chapter 2024. One of my companions told me that there was a traitor in the dragon race. Ao Lan spoke very directly. She knew the importance of the matter, so she did not beat around the bush. It is said that he is of the wood attribute. The Dragon Palace that Yang Chen obtained last time was the Wood Dragon Palace. This feature could basically be matched. That was to say, there was a high chance that one of the mysterious dragon race experts of the Zhao clan was this traitor. However, there are not many records of him. Everyone does not know much about him. They are all rumors. No one has seen him before. Ao Lan was clearly not very happy. Perhaps it was because she did not have more information. It is said that the traitor was imprisoned in a secret formation by a dragon race senior a long time ago. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to escape. There is nothing impossible in this world. Yang Chen sighed. Not to mention being imprisoned in a formation, The dragon puppet was refined into a puppet and then sealed in a formation. Didn't he still manage to dig it out? This world did not lack anything, much less accident. Aolan did not seem to want to doubt the dragon race senior. However, she could not refute it. Actually, she had already thought of this possibility in the depths of her heart. She just did not want to admit it verbally. At least, it has not been proven yet, Aolan argued stubbornly. However, she was not as confident as she thought. How can it be proven? Yang Chen countered with a question. Then, he asked, what exactly did he do to make you think that he is a traitor of the dragon race? He killed another heavily injured dragon race expert, Aolan answered subconsciously. After she answered, she realized that this should be a secret of the dragon race. It should not be announced to the public. Fortunately, there was only Yang Chen and Aolai here. There should not be any problems. Since he had already revealed the most important part, there was no need to hide anything else. It wouldn't have mattered if he had killed an enemy, but that expert of the Dragon Clan was his companion. Later, when the other elders of the Dragon Clan found out about it, they punished him heavily and sealed him away. Speaking of which, he should be considered our senior. Aolan was somewhat dispirited. Yang Chen was very tactful as he served up the jade dragon wine. After Aolan opened it and guzzled it, he calmed down. Big sister, if you want to know the answer, there is only one way. Yang Chen waited for Aolan to calm down before saying slowly, let's go to that sealed place and take a look. Someone has already gone over to check. Aolai interjected from the side. Seeing that Aolan did not show any unhappy expression, he continued, however, we will only know after some time. When Yang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but have some complaints about the dragon race's confidence. Since they were going to imprison an extremely dangerous person, why did they have to believe that a sealing formation would be effective for a long time? Couldn't they just send an expert to watch over them or just kill them? Since this fellow was already a traitor, what was the point of keeping him around? He couldn't help but ask. Aolai was basically just a bystander. He did not know the ins and outs of this at all. Only Aolan could explain. That guy is the legitimate son of one of our seniors. It was that senior who personally imprisoned and sealed him. Aolan also sighed slightly. Then, she said somewhat unnaturally, that senior once took good care of me. The dragon race was also a group of cultivators. There was a normal difference in intimacy. It was unavoidable for such a thing to happen. Yang Chen could not help smiling bitterly. What was going on? Xiao Chen even felt that it was very possible that there was no accident in the sealing formation that imprisoned that fellow. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Could it be that the dragon race was an exception? Aolan probably understood all this, which was why she felt this was somewhat difficult. What are your plans for now? Yang Chen decided to wait for news from the dragon race to arrive first. He would not tell Aolan about what he discovered in his sea of consciousness for now. He would wait until the news was confirmed before doing anything else. Right now, he had to ask big sister Aolan about her plans first. Waiting for news. Aolan was in a very bad mood. She said bitterly, I'll just help you merge the Divine Dragon Palace here. I'm afraid that I will get angry when I find out. That would be disrespectful to that senior. Is that senior still in the spiritual realm? Yang Chen asked carefully. He ascended long ago, Aolan replied. Yang Chen heaved a long sigh. He thought back to the dragon race cultivators that he had killed for a long time. There did not seem to be many of them. He did not know if the senior that Aolan mentioned was among them. Since Aolan was not in the spiritual realm, some things would be easier to handle. Otherwise, Aolan might not be able to get over this. In that case, big sister can stay here. Yang Chen extended an invitation very generously. The 5-element Dragon Palace is probably suitable for big sister as well. You can stay wherever you want. If you do not want to stay in the sect, we can go to the Hatred Parting Sea. Or if Big Sister is interested, you can go to the Mountain River geographical map and enjoy being a Dragon King. Before Aolan expressed his stance, Aolai had already jumped out happily. Aolai was also a royal member of the dragon race. It was not wrong to call him a Dragon King. Ever since he became a spiritual body, he had not felt that feeling for many years already. The moment Yang Chen mentioned it, Aolai could not help wanting to go to the Mountain River geographical map. Aolan waved her hand impatiently, indicating that she did not care about Aolai's business. Aolai immediately went to look for Gong Sunling in high spirits, leaving Aolan to face Yang Chen alone. When necessary, killing a traitor shouldn't have much psychological pressure, right? Yang Chen was enlightening on the side. It's not me, it's you, Aolan suddenly said inexplicably, causing Yang Chen to be confused and at a loss. You spoiled his plans several times. He will probably target you. Aolan raised her head and looked at Yang Chen, seemingly wanting to see Yang Chen's worried expression. However, Aolan was disappointed. Yang Chen's expression did not change at all. That is to be expected. Yang Chen smiled and suddenly bowed to Aolan. Many thanks for Big Sister's care. Yang Chen is very grateful. Aolan did not want to stay because she was in a bad mood. It was clear that she was afraid that something bad would happen to Yang Chen when he met that dragon race expert. That was why she found a reason to stay. Yang Chen was very grateful for this friendship. Big Sister, rest assured and stay here. After Yang Chen thanked Aolan, he immediately said, coincidentally, there are some cultivation matters that I still need to consult Big Sister about. The dragon confining formation has already been broken by Ah Ling. Big Sister does not need to worry about that formation anymore. This surprised Aolan. Yang Chen's violent method was not suitable for them. Unexpectedly, Gong Sunling managed to solve this mystery. However, this was a good thing for the dragon race. Indeed, Aolan was very happy. Furthermore, there is something that I need to let Big Sister know. Yang Chen intended to let Aolan know about Yanglan's plans. Chapter 2025. Outsiders did not know that Yang Lan had used a Chunyang Palace disciple to plot against Yang Chen. Yang Chen only told Aolan that part. When he mentioned that Yang Lan wanted to leave behind the dragon snaring lasso to capture Aolan and Aolai in one fell swoop, Aolan's eyes burned with rage. Aolan could accept the fact that a dragon race expert of the Zhao clan had designs on the dragon race. After all, the other party was from the dragon race. He was a traitor of the dragon race, and had done such a thing in the past. However, who was this Yang Lan? He was just an ant-like thing, and he dared to have designs on the dragon race? Was he tired of living? Where is this fellow? On the spot, Aolan wanted to make a move and kill this fellow who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Only after Yang Chen persuaded him in every possible way did he calm down. Big Sister, the main point is not this Yang Lan. Yang Chen pushed Aolan back to his seat and served him a cup of fragrant tea. Then, he slowly advised, what I mean is, you all always treat the dragon coiling grass as a worry. Every time, you are restrained by it. This is not a solution, right? In that case, do you have any good ideas? Aolan asked Yang Chen in a bad mood. Yang Chen was not of the dragon race. Naturally, he did not think that the dragon coiling grass was that impressive. However, as a member of the dragon race, how could he not know the dangers of the dragon coiling grass? The dragon race had already spent a lot of effort to eradicate the dragon coiling grass. However, there were no absolutes in the world. After spending so much effort, they still could not completely eradicate the dragon coiling grass. There would always be some seeds left. The Zhao family had quite a few of them. It was likely that the Dragon Clan's expert had no choice but to obey the Zhao family because the dragon coiled grass was in the hands of the Zhao family. That is what I think. Yang Chen ignored Aolan's resentment. He said calmly, "Big sister, look. Tigers and leopards will always kill cows and sheep. However, after cultivating to a certain realm, tigers and leopards become prey. Grass and trees are the same. You must have seen the old tree demon and Mu Bo in my sect. They used to be natural enemies. Didn't they kill each other whenever they wanted? Even cows, goats, and grass are like this. Could it be that the dignified dragon clan is helpless against the dragon-entangled grass?" These words already contained a hint of provocation. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he looked at Aolan's expression to see how she would react. Aolan let out a long sigh. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "After the ancestors of the dragon race discovered the dangers of the dragon coiling grass, they immediately ordered all the dragon race to exterminate the dragon race to prevent the descendants of the dragon race from being harmed by the dragon coiling grass. Furthermore, he also issued a ban. Descendants of the dragon clan are forbidden from refining and using dragon entanglement grass. Otherwise, they would be considered traitors of the dragon clan and could be executed by anyone. Do you really think that the dragon clan traitor became a traitor just because he killed a companion?" At this moment, Aolan finally revealed the true secrets of the dragon race. He used a magic treasure refined from the dragon coiling grass to kill his companion. That was how he became a traitor. So, when you see the dragon coiling grass, you exterminate it but never thought of how to deal with it. Yang Chen asked, understanding what Aolan meant. This time, Aolan did not say anything. She only nodded, answering Yang Chen's question. "Pedantic," Yang Chen criticized rudely, "that dragon race ancestor of yours is a stubborn old man. You descendants are all hypocrites. Serves you right to be restrained by the dragon coiling grass." How could Aolan endure Yang Chen scolding the dragon race ancestor? She immediately became enraged. If not for the fact that Yang Chen did not mean to offend her, she might have immediately pounced forward and taught Yang Chen a lesson. "You dare to insult my dragon race ancestor?" Aolan shouted angrily at Yang Chen. "Stubborn old man and hypocrite. This was simply an insult to the entire dragon race. I have already killed more than 1 or 2 dragon race ancestors." Yang Chen did not back down. He stood up and slammed the table. "Don't talk about insulting me. So what if I kill them?" When Yang Chen slammed the table, Aolan became even more enraged. However, she restrained herself and did not make a move. She and Yang Chen glared at each other across the table. If there were knives in their eyes, they would have exchanged many moves already. "I said that you are stubborn, but you refuse to admit it. No wonder the dragon race is declining, not even daring to show their faces in the spiritual realm." Yang Chen seemed to be purposely provoking Aolan. He said loudly, "Human cultivators even dared to rebel against the heavenly court in the immortal realm. When I was just an ordinary person, I even dared to kill the Jade Emperor and the Dao Ancestor. Yet you, the mighty dragon race, are hiding in your little nest and trembling at the mere dragon coiling grass. Is that very honorable? That is the ancestral teaching." Aolan started to shrink back when Yang Chen shouted. After stammering out a few words, her voice got softer and softer until she could not continue. Yang Chen was right. Human cultivators even dared to rebel against the heavenly court. What was the ancestral teaching? Of course, they had to follow it. However, if it was wrong or limited, could it be that they had to cling to the ancestral teaching and allow the descendants of the dragon race to be restrained by the dragon coiling grass? That was not enough. Yang Chen seemed to want to convince Aolan in one go. So, he directly pulled Aolan to Sun Qingshue's room. When Sun Qingxue saw her husband and elder sister Aolan coming over, she was about to say something. However, Yang Chen waved his hand to stop her. "Little Shui, show elder sister Aolan how you usually cultivate," Yang Chen instructed Sun Qingxue. "Call Xiao Tian over as well." Aolan was wondering why Sun Qingxue called Xiao Tian over when she was cultivating. The scene before her caused her expression to change. Sun Qingxue did not say anything and sat down cross-legged. Xiao Tian also quickly flew from the dragon pagoda to Sun Qingxue's side. After that, a scarlet vine came out of Sun Qingxue's body. In just a moment, the vine wrapped around Sun Qingxue and Xiao Tian tightly. With Ao Lan's eyesight, she could tell at a glance that the scarlet vine was clearly a combination of several superplants. She could recognize the blood demon vine, the blue jade vine, and the dragon coiling grass. There was also another unknown but seemingly extremely powerful vine. She could not name it, but it was the demon-eating vine. The blood demon vine and the demon-eating vine were sucking Sun Qingxue's blood and eating Sun Qingxue's flesh. However, Sun Qingxue was using her own cultivation to fight against the two. Xiao Tian was also entangled by the dragon coiling grass. Even the blood demon vine was sucking his blood and eating his flesh. Similarly, he was also using the unique cultivation method of the dragon race to fight against it. Only the blue jade vine would help Sun Qingxue and Xiao Tian when necessary. At other times, it was basically Sun Qingxue and Xiao Tian who were fighting against it. Ao Lan never thought that the youngest Sun Qingxue, who had always been delicate, would cultivate so desperately. Because of this, Sun Qingxue, who did not have the dragon race's life source magic weapon and did not have any advantages, had been consistent with the other girls in terms of cultivation. This was not without reason. There was no luck in success. How much you pay, how much you can reap. Chapter 2026. Sun Qingxue's desperate move moved Ao Lan because Sun Qingxue would be swallowed by the blood phantom vine and the demon-eating vine if she did not pay attention. However, Xiao Tian's performance made Ao Lan feel a little embarrassed. Xiao Tian had the bloodline of Yazi. It was said to be a dragon, but after all, it was still slightly not pure enough. For a long time, Ao Lan regarded Xiao Tian as a lucky person who was discovered by Yang Chen and then was lucky enough to take charge of the Dragon Tower. Everything was luck. But now she saw that Xiao Tian was restrained by the dragon grass and also had to fight against the blood phantom vine and the demon-eating vine. That kind of effort made Ao Lan no longer simply regard Xiao Tian as a bastard. At this moment, in Ao Lan's eyes, Xiao Tian was even more shameful than most of the dragon experts. After Yang Chen got the dragon grass and gave it to Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen asked Xiao Tian to cultivate together with Sun Qingxue. The dragon clan could not always regard the dragon grass as a natural enemy to restrain themselves. They had to find a way to overcome it. Xiao Tian was not born as a Yazi, but with a trace of the bloodline that no one would notice. Relying on the blood essence of the howling celestial dog found by Yang Chen, Xiao Tian was awakened with the Yazi bloodline and became a real Yazi. This also made Xiao Tian never get any ancestral teachings. Naturally, he never followed the rules of the dragon clan. It was easy to accept Yang Chen's suggestion. When the dragon grass appeared for the first time, Xiao Tian tasted that kind of taste once and was very unhappy. Now his efforts were to adapt to the dragon grass first, and then slowly achieve the goal of being able to resist or even ignore the dragon grass. The reason was easy to understand. As long as Ao Lan saw this scene, she would know what Yang Chen and Xiao Tian were planning. But it was precisely because of this that Ao Lan felt ashamed. Even a small bastard Yazi had such determination and perseverance, and even had such action. But they, as the dignified dragon clan and the royal family, were actually not as good as Xiao Tian. It was shameful to think about it. If we succeed, maybe we can use Yang Lan to enter the Zhao family. Yang Chen did not forget to add fuel to the fire. He said to Ao Lan, "Perhaps we might even be able to see that dragon race traitor." Seeing that Ao Lan was already somewhat moved, Yang Chen added, "Of course, the dragon race would not have to worry about the restraints of the dragon entanglement grass in the future. This would be a great matter for the dragon race, right? Call Ao Lai back. Let's try it together." Ao Lan finally made his decision. However, the moment he spoke, he included Aeoli as well. What a pitiful fellow. Up until now, he still didn't have any autonomy. Aeoli reluctantly joined the group that cultivated with Sun Qingxue and began the arduous process of training against the dragon coiling grass. What Yang Chen did not expect was that with the addition of Aeolon and Aeoli, the Jasper dragon coiling demonic vine planted in Sun Qingxue soared to an inconceivable level after obtaining the blood of peak heaven immortal and peak golden immortal experts. Even Ah Bai's main body was fortunate enough to share the taste of peak heaven immortal and peak golden immortal dragon blood. As a result, Ah Bai's main body's cultivation soared to the heaven immortal realm. This was the result of only digesting half of Aeoli's blood. He believed that when Ah Bai was able to restrain Aeolan's blood, the item spirit would undergo tribulation again. Sun Qingxue also obtained a huge opportunity. One had to know that the Jasper dragon coiling demonic vine had always been planted in Sun Qingxue's body. For more than 1,000 years, it relied on Sun Qingxue's flesh and blood essence to nourish it. It was already more of a life treasure than a life treasure, especially when it was alive. When the Jasper dragon coiling demonic vine's realm soared, it also led to the rapid improvement of Sun Qingxue's cultivation. In the beginning, the powerful spiritual power consumed almost drained the spiritual vein under Sun Qingxue. If Sun Qingxue had not been in the Dragon Palace, there would not be a lack of spiritual power at all. Maybe it would have failed because of the lack of spiritual power. Yang Chen did not expect such a situation. Originally, it was to let Aeolon and Aeoli overcome the restraint of the Jasper dragon coiling grass. He did not expect that his wife's cultivation would also increase. Yang Chen simply looked forward to such a thing. It would be best if it happened to everyone he knew. Because of the changes of the Jasper dragon coiling demonic vine, it took Sun Qingxue almost a year to absorb spiritual power to enhance her cultivation in the Dragon Palace. When Sun Qingxue finished absorbing and stood up, Yang Chen could already feel the tribulation clouds gathering outside the Dragon Palace. Without any preparation, Sun Qingxue stepped out of the Dragon Palace confidently. On the ground of the Chunyang Palace, she faced thousands of heaven's tribulations and threw herself into it. The cultivators who were lucky enough to watch the ceremony didn't see Sun Qingxue's figure. They only saw countless heavenly tribulations rushing madly in one direction, and then they felt a strong vitality, thriving. All the heavenly tribulations seemed to have become a great tonic, and one by one, they were thrown into that vitality. Finally, the tribulation clouds dissipated, and the cultivators in the distance only saw a graceful figure. The figure did not stay for long and disappeared quickly, causing the cultivators to keep discussing. Looking at the level of heaven's tribulation, it should be a human immortal tribulation. However, looking at the number of heaven's tribulations, no one knew what realm it should be. As for who was going through the tribulation, no one knew. Sun Qingxue, who rushed back to the Dragon Palace, could not hide the joy on her face. The increase in cultivation was not a big deal. What was important was that she was very clear that the Jade Dragon Coiled Blood Demon Vine had only absorbed less than half of the blood of the two Dragon Clan experts. There was still great potential for it to improve in the future. Aeolon and Aeoli finally began to temper the dragon coiled grass. Like Xiao Tian, their whole body was entangled by the dragon coiled grass and could not move. Then, under such a situation, they tried everything to resist. This situation was like dancing with shackles. However, when Aeoli completely adapted to the dragon-coiled grass and was no longer affected by it, he believed that Aeoli could also enter the Xian immortal realm. Xiao Tian was lucky to get Aeolon and Aeoli's life essence. He directly entered the dragon pagoda to refine it. If Aeolon and Aeoli's life essence could be completely refined, Xiao Tian's cultivation could definitely rush to the heaven immortal realm. Yang Chen did not fall behind the benefit. The Emu flying sword, which was the blood demon vine flying sword, ate a dragon's blood meal, and then became the great Yin-Yang Five Elements flying sword, the most lethal flying sword. When a Xian immortal encountered a body of flesh and blood, as long as the Imu flying sword cut the skin, it was inevitable that all the blood in the body would be sucked out in an instant. Even a Xian immortal realm expert would inevitably be eaten by the blood demon vine flying sword, causing the opponent's combat power to plummet. In the peace of the spiritual world, Yang Chen's family continued to cultivate calmly and orderly. Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation was also rising steadily, getting closer to the edge of splitting again. Chapter 2027. In the past 2 years, the spiritual world had been calm, and the Zhao family had not made any trouble. Perhaps they were being watched closely, so it was not easy for the Zhao family to come out. In the past, when there was a trial site, a large area was not restricted, so the Zhao family could come and go as they pleased. Now there was no trial site as a buffer, and only the invisible barrier was left as the boundary between the two sides. If they were watched closely, it was not easy for them to come out. However, there was nothing absolute in the world. The invisible barrier alone was hundreds of thousands of miles long. Even if the major sect watched it closely, it was impossible for them to completely guard it. Moreover, no one dared to use their divine sense there, lest they were killed by the invisible barrier. This also led to the surveillance being just a superficial job. If the Zhao family really wanted to come out, they had a way. The only possibility was that the Zhao family had been greatly weakened after losing more than 3,000 core masters. These days, they were also recuperating and storing up energy, waiting for the day to come out. The more it was like this, the more the major sect dared not to take it lightly. Each sect had thousands of Xian immortal masters secretly guarding the sect at all times, for fear of being raided by the Zhao family. According to the situation that the Zhao family had shown before, if they concentrated their strength to raid a sect, the result would probably be different. The major sect had a lot of assets, so they were naturally very nervous to prevent trouble. However, other small sect was different. Anyway, as long as the other side had the intention, they could destroy their sect at any time, so there was no such pressure. Such a small sect also needed someone who could take a fancy to it. Chunyang Palace was a little embarrassed. It was not big, but it was not small either. It could barely be regarded as a first-class sect, but the number of top masters was still too few. This could not be solved in a short time. After all, Chunyang Palace had only been in the spiritual world for 1,000 years, and its foundation was too weak. Fortunately, there was an earth dragon, which built the core gate in the belly of the earth dragon. It could move around the spiritual veins at any time, and it was born with the instinct of hiding. If there was an emergency, the disciples of Chunyang Palace could avoid disaster if they were clever, but it was hard to say for the gate. From the beginning to the present, the gate of Chunyang Palace had been destroyed several times, and even the disciples of Chunyang Palace had gotten used to it. If one were to talk about the sect that had the most mountain gates destroyed in the spiritual realm, it would probably be the Chunyang Palace. The Zhao family had given up, and all the other parties were eager for that to happen. Although the sect's losses weren't as great as the Zhao clans, they were, after all, hundreds of Xian immortal experts. How much resources would it take to nurture one of them? Even the loss of one disciple was enough to make the major sect's hearts ache, let alone losing hundreds of disciples at once. The irreconcilable hatred had been sown, and now all that was left was to wait for the final showdown. The major sects had also sent out many formation masters to study the Zhao family's barrier. Once the barrier was broken, it was the moment of life and death for both sides. Yang Chen did not care about this. In his memory, the heart-refining pill only appeared 200 years after the demonic calamity. The heart refinement pill was popular for more than 100 years before it was discovered that there was a problem with it. In this life, all these had changed, and even Yang Chen did not know what would happen in the future. Fortunately, although some big things had changed, some things would not change. For example, some hidden immortals' caves, some hidden magic weapons, which had not appeared in the world, were basically still in their original places, waiting for Yang Chen to pick them up. In Yang Chen's memory, there were still a few good places that could be called sanctuary blessings. Now that there was no demonic calamity, and there were no crazy monsters all over the place, it was just the right time to collect them. The Immortals' caves in the sect were enough, so these Immortals' caves were suitable to be used to expand the world of the Mountain River geographical map. Anyway, Yang Chen had made up his mind. If the third primordial spirit wanted to be the artifact spirit of the Mountain River geographical map, then everything must be arranged. Yang Chen had a feeling that perhaps after becoming the artifact spirit of the Mountain River geographical map, comprehending the heavenly Tao would be a great opportunity. As Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation became stronger and stronger, the Mountain River geographical map was getting closer and closer to becoming an independent world. Some things had to be planned as early as possible. The Mountain River geographical map would be integrated with the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. It would be too late to plan after the heavenly tribulation, so many things had to be done in advance. The palace master of the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world, Shanghai Feng, had already ascended. At the same time, several of Yang Chen's friends, Wang Yuan, Du Qian, and several servants who first served Yang Chen, Shinde, Gu Kun, He Lian, and Yuan Ting, also ascended. At the same time, there were also a large number of younger disciples, and there were also many in the Hall of Eccentric. In terms of cultivation, they were at the bottom of the spiritual world, the human immortal grade 2 and grade 3, which was much worse than Yang Chen in the past. However, when these people were combined, they were a complete high-level core of the Chunyang Palace. Of course, this referred to when they were in the mortal world. In the spiritual world, if this group of people wanted to stand out, it was estimated that they could only wait for the palace master Wang Yong and the other older generation to ascend, but Yang Chen did not want to waste their talent. As a result, this group of people entered the Mountain River geographical map. Sooner or later, the Mountain River geographical map would be a world, so the billions of spiritual world natives inside could not be wasted. This group of Yang Chen's friends and disciples, after entering the Mountain River geographical map, could display their talent. In the mortal world of the Mountain River geographical map, these people would continue to form the Chunyang Palace, or they would set up their own sections. In the end, those who had a foundation among the spiritual world natives were recruited into their respective sects and instructed them in their cultivation. When the time came, various heavenly tribulations would descend, and so many spiritual world natives would be the reserved disciples of the Chunyang Palace in the future. As soon as this idea was put forward to discuss with the palace master and the others immediately raised their hands in favor. For many years, they have been looking forward to the Chunyang Palace to flourish. With such a good opportunity in front of them, how could they miss it? If it weren't for the fact that the Mountain River geographical map was still incomplete, the palace master even had the intention to move the entire Chunyang Palace into the Mountain River geographical map. Last time, Big Brother Li Cheng reminded him that the heavenly law would sometimes be very balanced, so not only did he send these people into the Mountain River geographical map to let them toss and turn, Yang Chen did not forget to let Lady Fanghua and the maids also select suitable people to enter. Of course, the old tree demon and Ho Yun, Shi Kuei and Xie Sha, who were interested, could also enter at will. In a world, there could not only be Dao sects, demon sects and monster race. Fortunately, when Gong Sunling collected those creatures in the past, all kinds of animals and plants were involved. As long as the time was right, it was not a problem for the monster race to thrive. The forces of the demon sect and monster race inside were very small, but Yang Chen was not worried. The core of the demon continent must be a demon world, and the exit of the monster beast space must be a monster world. When the time comes to refine and integrate them one by one, Yang Chen would have to worry that the power of the Dao sects was not big enough. With these, basically, the prototype of a small world was ready, only waiting for the moment when Yang Chun took charge of the heavenly law. Chapter 2028. In the past few days, Yang Chun found that his spirit sense was close to the peak of Xian Immortal when he was dual cultivating with the girls. He was only a step away from entering the golden immortal level. The girls' spirit sense had also improved and all of them had entered the peak of Xian Immortal level. Now, only Yang Chun, Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan were still in the human immortal level. In addition to Yang Chun, Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan were already at the peak of human immortal level and were only one step away from entering the earth immortal level. Just when Yang Chen's spirit sense finally broke through the bottleneck of Xian Immortal and rushed into the golden immortal level, Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan finally broke through and the tribulation cloud came at the same time. The two girls were not afraid at all and went through the tribulation at the same time. The power of the tribulation had more than doubled because of this. To the surprise of all the cultivators watching the ceremony, the two girls' tribulation this time was even more dangerous than Sun Qingshue's tribulation. The number of tribulation was also 10 times more than Sun Qingshue's. Gao Yu's water and fire dragon armor surrounded her body and countless tribulation would disappear when they hit it, as if they were swallowed by the two swords. But Gao Yu did not resist at all. All her mind was controlling the two swords to absorb the power of the heavenly realm and carry out a unique sacrificial refinement. As for the tribulation that fell on Gao Yu, as soon as it got close, it would be shattered by the sword light that suddenly emerged from Gao Yu's body and then completely integrated into her body. These sword lights were the 100 spirits battle armor that Yang Chun gave to Gao Yu later. The reason why Gao Yu did not improve her cultivation was because she had to sacrifice the water and fire dragon armor and the 100 spirits battle armor at the same time. On the other side, countless tribulation also surrounded Shi Shanshan. Shi Shanshan's whole body has been incarnated into a pure and incomparable sword light. All the heavenly tribulations that surrounded her were forced to several feet away by this sword light and could not move forward. With the passage of time, there were more and more heavenly tribulations outside Shi Shanshan's body, directly turning into a huge heavenly tribulation cocoon, wrapping Shi Shanshan in it, only waiting for the last one to break the cocoon and become a butterfly. The horrifying heavenly tribulation lasted for a day and a night, longer than anyone had imagined, to the astonishment of all the cultivators who were watching the ceremony. In the end, both Gao Yu and the 100 spirit battle armor let loose a joyful cry, and all of the heavenly tribulations around them were absorbed by Gao Yu, the dragon horns, and the 100 spirit battle armor. It was as if she had been reborn and became incomparably elegant. As for Shi Shanshan, the heavenly tribulation had already wrapped her up tightly. At the same time as Gao Yu finished, the sky on Shi Shanshan's side suddenly flashed, and a sword chi cut through the giant cocoon and shot straight to the sky. All the heavenly tribulations were smashed by this sword chi and turned into the purest energy, which was absorbed by the sword chi and then returned to Shi Shanshan's body. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be destroyed by the sword chi and disappeared in an instant, leaving only two unreachable beautiful figures floating in the air. Then the two beautiful figures flashed and disappeared. "Husband, you have the worst cultivation." Sun Qingshu watched Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan return to the Dragon Palace and immediately began to tease her husband mischievously. As a result, she was hugged by Yang Chen in his arms, spanked her buttocks, and then kissed several times before letting go. After everyone congratulated Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan, they all looked at Yang Chen. All the women knew that Yang Chen had broken through, so the next step should be to split his divine awareness, and then his third primordial spirit would enter the mountain river geographical map as the device spirit. "Big brother, what should I do next?" Yang Chen turned to Li Cheng and asked for advice. Over the years, Li Cheng had not gone out to do his own things, and everyone knew that he was waiting for this moment for Yang Chen. Li Cheng did not answer Yang Chen directly, but asked Gong Sunling to send everyone to the mountain river geographical map. All of you can only watch, only listen, not speak, not move. Can you do it? Li Cheng directly asked the women around Yangchen. It was related to the safety of their husband. This request was really simple, and the women nodded and agreed. I mean, no matter what happens. Seeing that the women agreed so easily, Li Cheng was not so relieved and immediately emphasized again, even if you see your husband about to die, you can't act rashly. Can you do it? Li Cheng's words made the women shocked, but out of trust in their husband and brother Li Cheng, everyone nodded and agreed. A cultivator's cultivation itself was very dangerous, and those who did not dare to take this little risk were not worthy of being called cultivators. I will set up an array, and use the billions of spiritual wisdom in the entire mountain river geographical map to help you understand some of the most basic rules of the heavenly Tao. After telling the women, Li Cheng began to tell Yangchen, you will cultivate to the 6th level in the array. There is only one requirement. No matter what you experience, you must always remember who you are. Once you lose yourself, you are likely to never wake up and become a lost spirit in the mountain river geographical map. Li Cheng reiterated the seriousness of the problem. With your current cultivation, the possibility of success is not high. Are you sure you want to continue? Husband, don't. Hearing Li Cheng's words, the women were shocked and tried to dissuade him. Especially Gong Sunling, it did not matter if the mountain river geographical map could not become an independent world, but she could not lose her husband. Now everyone began to ponder. Even the Dragon Clan who refined this mountain river geographical map spent 3 Dragon Clan masters as dragon spirits, and still did not refine the mountain river geographical map into a world. Yang Chen wanted to complete such a feat with a mere human immortal cultivation. It was really a bit like an ant trying to shake a tree. How could it be easy? If you don't do this, use your 3rd primordial spirit as the spirit of the alchemy furnace. In the future, even in the immortal world, you will have a position as a master. Li Cheng's words were more persuasive, and what he said hit Yang Chen's heart. But even if you do this, there is not much benefit. It is nothing more than a shelter for your family. At most it will make Ah Ling's magic weapon more powerful. But once you fail, everything has nothing to do with you. You will become a lost Turing, or 2. Li Cheng's voice was full of persuasion. This is not something you have to do. Are you sure you want to do this? When the women heard this, they completely disagreed. Not to mention the possibility of success. The key was that the gains and losses were completely disproportionate. It was not worth it for her husband to do this. Life was very good now. No one wanted to see her husband in danger, especially Gong Sunling. She was even more unwilling to let her husband fall into such a situation for her own magic weapon. Li Cheng did not stop the women's dissuasion, but just quietly waited for Yang Chen to make a decision. Facing the dissuading eyes and words of his wives and concubines, Yang Chen could not help but hesitate in his heart. Chapter 2029. Yang Chen looked at Li Cheng, but Li Cheng didn't give him any hint. It seemed that this kind of thing had to be decided by himself. The 3 dragon spirits all failed. This was not speculation, but a lesson learned from the mistakes of the past. Therefore, the 3 dragon spirits became lost spirits, trapped in the mountain river geographical map, and could never get out. It was easy to think that the cultivation base of the 3 dragon spirits must have been stronger than Yang Chen's current cultivation base. The things that the old Dragon King refined would never be inferior to Swindle, not to mention that this was a world for the dragon race. It could be said that the risk must be great, and it was unimaginably great. Otherwise, Big Brother Li Cheng wouldn't have warned him so seriously. Brotherly, is it that the more spirits in the mountain river geographical map, the greater the possibility of success for my husband? Gong Sunling saw that there was no way to dissuade her husband immediately, so she immediately thought of a way to beat around the bush, and asked aloud. Indeed. Li Cheng nodded and replied, the more spirits that are enlightened, the more powerful the formation will be, and the more it will allow Yang Chen to comprehend the way of heaven. Now there are more than 20 billion natives in the Mountain River geographical map. Brotherly, do you think this number is enough? Gong Sunling was overjoyed and immediately asked in surprise. Isn't it only a few billion? Not only Li Cheng, but even Yang Chen was a little surprised. The number of natives collected before didn't seem to exceed 10 billion? How many years has it been? The joy on Gong Sunling's face was obvious. There have been no disasters in the Mountain River geographical map these years. The land is vast and the population is sparse. After so many years, those natives have multiplied for several generations. This was an unexpected good thing. More than 10 billion more spirits out of thin air would naturally be of great help to Yang Chen's comprehension of the way of heaven. But, looking at Gong Sunling's surprise, Li Cheng really didn't want to say something that would ruin the scenery, but some words must be said in front of him, although the possibility of comprehending the heavenly law is greater, but relatively, the difficulty is higher. The possibility of Yang Chen getting lost in it is also higher. Gong Sunling didn't expect such a result, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Even though she was already an expert in the Earth Immortal realm, she couldn't help but act like a little girl when her husband was risking his life. Not only Gong Sunling, but the other women also turned pale. If it really was that dangerous, then there was no need for her husband to take such a risk for an illusory world that even the Dragon Clan had abandoned. However, no one dares to make decisions for Yang Chen, even Gao you can only suggest. Using his master's identity, even if he ordered him not to do it this time, it would inevitably leave a thorn in Yang Chen's heart. Everyone here was a cultivator, so they knew this very well. Once he flinched this time, he would have a reason and habit to flinch the next time. When this kind of flinching became the norm, it would also mean that Yang Chen's mental cultivation would no longer have any progress. Everything depended on Yang Chen's own ideas. Looking at everyone's worried eyes, but they didn't dare to dissuade him too much, Yang Chen turned to elder brother Li Cheng, looked at his expressionless face, closed his eyes and began to weigh. In fact, Yang Chen didn't weigh it for a long time. Because when he just closed his eyes, Yang Chen understood. To put it bluntly, it was his own confidence in himself. At this time, it was actually a lack of confidence in himself. However, Yang Chen couldn't think of any reason for his lack of confidence. Whether it was the Golden Body secret art or the Three Purities secret art, they were miracles that could seize the heaven and earth, not to mention that he was reborn after death. Since so many miracles have happened, what's the harm in one more? Elder brother Li Cheng seemed to have been emphasizing the risk of this move, but in fact, he was not reminding himself that he should have something to worry about. Just now, he also said that once he couldn't remember who he was, he could only get lost in the Mountain River geographical map and become one or two lost touring spirit. Why couldn't he remember who he was? Unless he entered a state of forgetfulness. Why would he forget himself? Because there was no concern, he would devote himself to it. Yang Chen asked himself that he had a lot of beautiful wives and beautiful maids. He couldn't give up any of them, so how could he be desperate? In this way, elder brother Li Cheng was not trying to hit his confidence at all, but telling him the means to deal with it. Thinking about it, elder brother Li Cheng could even recognize the Three Purities secret art. How could he not know the power of the Three Purities secret art? Opening his eyes, Yang Chen smiled and said a few words, "Let's do it." After that, he looked at elder brother Li Cheng and bowed, "Thank you for your advice, elder brother." The women hadn't figured out what was going on, but Li Cheng smiled and nodded. There were many things that made him satisfied with Yang Chen, but the most worry-free thing was his understanding. Yang Chen could figure it out by himself, which saved Li Cheng a lot of trouble. Now, even if everyone couldn't figure it out, they were clear about one thing. Elder brother Li Cheng was not attacking Yang Chen at all, but giving advice. "Elder brother Li, is there a good chance that my husband will succeed now?" Everyone relaxed, and Gao Yu immediately asked elder brother Li Qing. On the contrary, Li Qing smiled. It is because he understood that the power of the formation will be greater, and the danger of your husband will multiply. Don't worry. Yang Chen walked to Gao Yu and gently embraced her. As long as you are here, no matter how dangerous it is, I can come out. As he spoke, Yang Chen hugged his wives and concubines one by one. He did not even let go of Lady Fanghua and those maids. Finally, facing elder sister Aolan, Yang Chen was no exception and gave her a big hug. Although it was a dragon body, Aolan did not refuse. When it was Aolai's turn, Yang Chen did not continue. Instead, he gently punched him. Walking to elder brother Li Qing again, Yang Chen nodded seriously and said, "Elder brother, I am ready. We can begin." Li Qing also nodded and did not say anything. He only extended his hand and gestured for the women to move back, opening up a 300-meter area. Li Qing extended his hand, and hundreds of formation flags appeared in his hand. They were densely packed on the ground, forming a huge Taiji diagram of a yin-yang fish. Ah Ling, gather at least 200 heavenly immortal grade spirit veins here, Li Qing instructed. Gong Sunling immediately transferred 400 heavenly immortal grade spirit veins over. After thinking about it, she was afraid that it was not enough, so she transferred another 100 over. Only then did she relax slightly. Under Li Qing's indication, Yang Chen walked to the center of the formation flags and sat down in a lotus position, quietly waiting for elder brother Li Qing to activate the formation. Chapter 20:30. Remember, don't forget to ask yourself at any time. Before Li Qing started, he reminded Yang Chen again. Who are you? Remember. Yang Chen nodded and closed his eyes. According to Li Qing's instructions, he began to cultivate the 6th level of the Three Purities secret art. This was something he didn't dare to think about when he was in the mortal world. Who would have thought that he could cultivate the Three Purities secret art to the 6th level in just 2,000 years? This was the cultivation method of the Tao ancestor. Li Qing waved his hand and made a gesture. Suddenly, the 500 heaven immortal level spiritual veins shone brightly, and countless spiritual power poured into the array flags. Hundreds of array flags flashed with a dazzling light, and the whole thing condensed into a complete Tai Chi diagram, slowly rotating. The moment the Tai Chi diagram began to rotate, the entire mountain river geographical map seemed to suddenly shake. Except for the people present, all the intelligent creatures fell into a state of sluggishness on the spot, even those Xian immortal level experts were no exception. This was not all. Immediately afterward, as long as there was life, it began to slowly emit light. Then there were lifeless stones, soil, rivers, and so on. Finally, the entire mountain river geographical map began to emit a faint light. All the light was concentrated on the top of the Tai Chi diagram, forming a huge pattern. This pattern wasn't static, but it was slowly changing. Look, how much you can comprehend depends on your own comprehension. Big brother Li Qing told everyone, then he took the lead to sit down and looked up at the changing light pattern. This is the pattern derived from the Great Tao. It would be a pity to miss it. Everyone sat down according to his words, looked up at the pattern derived from the Great Tao, and fell into deep thought. However, Li Qing also noticed that among so many people, except for Aolan and Aolai, all the women looked at the pattern derived from the Great Tao for a while, thought for a while, and then paid attention to the situation on Yang Chen's side. It was obvious that they were still worried about Yang Chen. Li Qing didn't say anything about this. How much one could comprehend depended on one's luck, and it couldn't be forced. Yang Chen only felt a white light directly penetrate his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, his sea of consciousness had already become the soaring Heaven King Palace and was extremely sturdy. Otherwise, that attack earlier would have been enough to scatter his sea of consciousness. Soon after, Yang Chen realized that he seemed to have become an incomparably small insect, living a difficult life. The life of the insect was extremely short, but it was also a complete life. Soon, his life came to an end. Yang Chen didn't even know what his current state was. He only remembered Li Cheng's reminder, asking him who he was. Then, he remembered that he was Yang Chen. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Chen immediately entered another state of life. This time, it turned into a similarly tiny mosquito. It was still a short but complete life. After the mosquito died, Yang Chen asked himself who he was as usual. He remembered that he was Yang Chen and that he had a bunch of beautiful wives and concubines waiting for him. In the blink of an eye, he became a mayfly again. There were all kinds of life states, and Yang Chen experienced each and every one of their complete lives. Although these lives were short, they were very complete. Even if it was only for a moment, it made Yang Chen clearly think that he was the insect or the mosquito mayfly. At the beginning, these lives were very short, and Yang Chen still had the time to think about other things. Selfish and distracting thoughts quickly appeared in Yang Chen's mind. No wonder Big Brother Li Cheng repeatedly stressed that he needed to remember who he was. If he indulged in this state and forgot himself, he would really think that he was another life form, lost in the geographical map of the mountains and rivers. He didn't know how the 3 dragon spirits got lost. If they used the same method as Yang Chen, then what kind of life did they get lost in? This was something that Yang Chen was curious about. But soon, Yang Chen didn't have the energy to be curious and let his imagination run wild. As he experienced more and more lives, Yang Chen immersed himself in other lives longer and longer, and he became more and more focused on living. Moths, mosquitoes, flies, dragonflies, cicadas, praying mantises. Each time, a different life form, more and more advanced, and longer lives. The lifespan that was originally just a few moments slowly became a few breaths, a few hours, a day, a few days, a few months, a few years. Soon, Yang Chen didn't know the passage of time. In the end, Yang Chen didn't know how much time had passed. He just instinctively remembered that in every life cycle, he would ask himself who he was, and then he remembered the answer. He was Yang Chen, and there was a bunch of beautiful wives and concubines waiting for him to return. This seemed to have become a reincarnation. Yang Chen was comprehending one life form after another, and the women outside were also comprehending the evolution of the heavenly Tao. The great Tao evolution diagram was too esoteric, too broad and profound, so that everyone quickly became addicted to it. However, what surprised Li Cheng was that every fixed period of time, no matter which woman, they would pay attention to the changes in Yang Chen over there. Seeing that he was fine, everyone would continue to observe. If there were any changes on Yang Chen's side, they would wait until everything stabilized before continuing. They were extremely concerned. Looking at all this, Li Cheng didn't say anything, and there was no expression on his face. He just stared at the great Tao evolution diagram in silence. No one could see what he was thinking in his heart, and whether what they did was right or wrong. The mountain river geographical map had been completely affected by this formation, and everything in it had become a tool to help Yang Chen comprehend the heavenly Tao. Only Gong Sunling, the owner of the mountain river geographical map, could really understand how terrifying Li Cheng's formation was. It must be known that Gong Sunling was the owner of the mountain river geographical map, and this was her life source magic weapon. However, under Big Brother Li Cheng's formation, the mountain river geographical map had completely lost control. Don't look at how many creatures had been absorbed by the mountain river geographical map, and how many cave spaces had been integrated. In front of Li Cheng's formation, all of this was simply like a child who had no power to fight back. Fortunately, Big Brother Li Cheng was a friend of her husband. Otherwise, whoever had an opponent like Big Brother Li Cheng, it was estimated that they would have nightmares for the rest of their lives. Time flew, not to mention Yang Chen, even the women had no concept of the passage of time. Except for paying attention to Yang Chen from time to time, which they would not forget, Everything else had been completely forgotten, and they were completely immersed in the changes of the diagram of the Great Tao evolution. Yang Chen had also experienced the life process of millions of creatures, each of which was clear and complete, and what was more terrifying was that it was real. Sometimes Yang Chen really thought that he was that kind of life, and he lived completely according to that kind of life. After remembering who he was, Yang Chen's vision blurred, and he suddenly found that he had become a dragon. Chapter 2031. The dragon race could almost be said to be the strongest species in the three realms. They were talented, and from the moment they were born, they were stronger than ordinary creatures. They had a long lifespan and could be said to be the perfect creature. Yang Chen immediately immersed himself in the life of the dragon race. Although Yang Chen was experiencing the life of the dragon race, this dragon was not controlled by Yang Chen. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen was just an observer immersed in it. Experience, and not really become. The dragon race had a long lifespan. Even if they did not cultivate, it would still take tens of thousands of years. Yang Chen had been living with the thinking of the dragon race. It was not until his lifespan was about to end that he remembered to ask himself who he was. This time, Yang Chen was very clear that he was Yang Chen. He was comprehending the heavenly Tao, and there were beautiful wives and concubines waiting for his return outside. Surprisingly, after the life of the dragon race, it did not immediately go to the next reincarnation, but stopped for a long time. This made Yang Chen very surprised. It was just that he had experienced so many reincarnations, and after so many years, his brain had become a little numb, and he could not remember anything. Suddenly, Yang Chen's mind hurt, as if someone was using a big knife to cut his head in half. Even though Yang Chen had suffered 2 spiritual consciousness splitting, this time it was extraordinarily painful. It was almost like he was forcibly tearing himself apart. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Chen realized his state. The spiritual consciousness splitting was obviously very successful. No matter what he did, Yang Chen now had 2 minds, and the 2 minds were like one, thinking the same thing. Could it be that after the spiritual consciousness splitting was done? Soon, Yang Chen understood that things were not so simple. The terrifying reincarnation began again. However, what was different from the beginning was that this reincarnation had added the content of cultivation. In all the previous reincarnations, those creatures were born naturally, grew naturally, and died naturally. Everything was a natural process. This time, the cultivation process of each kind of life was added. This was not all. One of the primordial spirits was immersed in the process of cultivation, which was the 3rd primordial spirit. It was also this primordial spirit that participated in the cultivation, while the main body of Yang Chen's consciousness was still awake. As an observer, he felt and understood the reincarnation of the god. Having experienced the life process of each kind of creature, even cultivation was not difficult for Yang Chen. Fortunately, Yang Chen was well-read, and he had an impression of all kinds of cultivation techniques of the monster race. Combining it with the normal process of life, cultivation was not so difficult. No matter what kind of creature it was, the 3rd primordial soul would soon be able to find the most suitable cultivation method. Even if it was the tiniest moth centipede, it didn't matter how short its lifespan was. Perhaps it was the restriction of Big Brother Li Cheng, perhaps it was the limit of the mountain river geographical map, or perhaps it was the shackles of Yang Chen himself. Every creature could only cultivate to the peak of fairy immortal at most. Even so, the reincarnation time of each creature was extended by thousands of times. His main body was always observing. Sometimes, he would involuntarily immerse himself in various kinds of cultivation, but every time at a critical moment, he would always remember Brother Li Cheng's instructions. He would always remember that he was Yang Chen, and that he still had beautiful wives and beautiful concubines waiting for him to return. When he thought of this, Yang Chen's main body would wake up and regain his senses. However, he would soon immerse himself in observing and cultivating again. In the beginning, it was just those tiny life forms. Later, it was some insects and then all kinds of demon beasts. The lifespans of these life forms grew longer and their cultivation paths were different. Their aptitudes were different as well. Cultivating up to the peak of the heavenly immortal stage would always take a very long time. Outside the array formation, the women had lost track of how much time had passed. They just looked at Yang Chen's figure in fear. They were worried but did not dare to make any sound, nor did they dare to disturb Yang Chen in other ways. Big Brother Li Cheng had said that this was a critical moment. If he could endure it, he would endure it. If he could not, he would get lost. His body would turn incorporeal and become a lost spirit. Seeing that their husband's body had already turned into a faint image, the women had tears in their eyes. However, they did not dare to disturb him. They could only watch helplessly, cheering for their husband in their hearts. They did not even bother to observe the materialization of the great Tao. On the other hand, Ao Lan and Ao Lai were still immersed in the materialization of the great Tao, unable to extricate themselves. They did not make any movements at all. Yang Chen's image, which had nearly disappeared, was suddenly replenished with spiritual energy and regained its physical form. This meant that their husband could endure it safely this time. However, before the women could rejoice, Yang Chen immediately entered another cycle. His physical body started to slowly turn incorporeal again. This process repeated countless times. The women only felt fearful over and over again. At most, they would only take a few quick glances at the materialization of the great Tao when Yang Chen was enduring it. When Yang Chen had any problems, everyone's gaze would still be focused on Yang Chen. They did not know how many opportunities they had wasted. Li Cheng did not remind them or rush them. He just watched like that. It seemed like he was the least nervous and the most leisurely. Even when he had free time, he did not forget about his own cultivation. He appeared to be very satisfied. Right now, the most troublesome thing for Yang Chen was that he could not tell which was the real him. Fortunately, he could always remind himself that he was Yang Chen. This allowed him to guard his final bit of intelligence and not lose himself. The main body and the third primordial spirit were sometimes confused with each other. Yang Chen also had to distinguish the position of his main body and the obsession of the third primordial spirit. All kinds of cultivation methods appeared in the main body and the third primordial spirit at the same time. There would only be slight differences when it was implemented. As Big Brother Li Cheng reminded, as the life of cultivation became more and more advanced and powerful, Yang Chen's main body must always ask himself who he was and then give the right answer. Otherwise, he would be lost if he was not careful. The most dangerous time was when he transformed into a tiger demon and cultivated to the peak of the earth immortal realm. However, he could not break through. His main body and the third primordial spirit began to think of ways to break through the bottleneck at the same time. There was even a time when his main body had the upper hand and replaced the third primordial spirit to control the tiger demon's cultivation. Fortunately, he reacted in time and gave the control to the third primordial spirit when he was about to slide into the abyss. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the eyes of the women outside, at that time, Yang Chen was only a faint, almost indistinct phantom. It was about to disappear, as if it would be blown away by the wind. Fortunately, he condensed his physical body at the last moment. That time, the women were almost scared out of their wits. In this seesaw process, Yang Chen's reincarnation of cultivation finally ended with him transforming into a dragon and cultivating to the peak of the heaven immortal realm. This also made Yang Chen experience the difference in the cultivation of the dragon race. Chapter 2032. Unfortunately, he had only cultivated the dragon race to the peak of the celestial immortal stage, so he had not exhausted the natural lifespan of the dragon race. This time, the process was even shorter than the last time. Yang Chen's main body knew very well who he was, and his third primordial spirit also knew his state. He thought that this was the end, but after resting for less than 2 days, another completely different experience began. This time, whether it was his main body or his third primordial spirit, they were no longer living beings, but had become inanimate objects. It was either a towering mountain or a winding river. Sometimes it would be a magnificent sea, and sometimes it would be an ethereal white cloud. When it was big, it would be a towering pillar that reached the sky, and when it was small, it would be an insignificant speck of dust. These things were not living beings. Be it Yang Chen's main body or his third primordial spirit, they had transformed into these things. There was no feeling, no movement, and they could only experience the vicissitudes of life in such a boring manner. They could casually experience tens of millions of years at a time, and that kind of feeling could really drive people crazy. Sometimes, whether they turned into water droplets, rivers, seas, or even white clouds, they could still move according to the terrain or the direction of the wind. If they transformed into a stubborn rock and stayed in one place for years, if their state of mind was not stable enough, they would directly be tortured to death by this kind of boredom. In the eyes of the women, Yang Chen also seemed to have become a stone statue. He sat still, and his body was clearly turning into stone bit by bit. It was always at the last moment that he could return to his original husband. During this period, the women did not know how many tears they secretly swallowed. In particular, Gong Sunling saw that her husband was risking his life for his magic treasure, and she wished that she could be in his place. Her love for her husband directly rushed to the peak. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Chen's original body once again asked himself who he was. Before he could give an answer, his eyes lit up, and everything disappeared without a trace. He only saw himself sitting in the middle of the array flags, surrounded by the surprised and joyful eyes of the women. It was unknown how many billions of years had passed in Yang Chen's consciousness after this experience. He felt as if he had become numb to everything, temporarily unable to remember anything. He only remembered that he was still Yang Chen, and that he still had beautiful wives and beautiful concubines waiting for him to return. The strange look in Yang Chen's eyes shocked all the women, but they didn't dare to disturb him. They could only look at Li Qing for help, hoping that he could think of a way. Li Qing only glanced at him and said indifferently, "It's fine. He has experienced too much, and it has been too long. His brain can't react properly. Give him some time to adapt, and he will be fine soon." Just as Li Qing spoke, the hundreds of array flags began to turn yellow and wither like living things, as if they had experienced countless years. With a little wind around them, the array flags turned into powder and quickly disappeared in the wind. More than 200 of the 500 celestial-grade spirit veins that Gong Sunling had specially moved over had been used up, and the remaining ones had more than half of their spiritual power absorbed. At this time, Li Qing saw this and said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, there was a miscalculation." At this time, how could the women care about Brother Li Qing's small mistake? They all looked at Yang Chen with concern, waiting for him to recover. They were even more afraid that their husband would not recognize them after comprehending the heavenly Tao this time. Yang Chen finally slowly remembered that he wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao, so he sat in the array set up by Brother Li Qing and experienced a lot. It had been so long that he had forgotten a lot of things. He wanted to move his body, but found that because he had not moved for a long time, it seemed to have rusted. His whole body was numb, and he could only move slowly once or twice. After taking a few merit marrow pills and questioning inner heart pills together, Yang Chen's sedentary body began to slowly be nourished and recovered. This time, it had been too long. Even if he took a merit marrow pill at the beginning, the medicinal effect had long been lost. More and more things came back to his mind, and the various experiences in the big dream were slowly excluded. When the golden body secret art circulated and nourished his whole body a few times, His body temporarily returned to normal, and he could move freely. However, if he wanted to completely make up for the internal injuries and damage caused by sitting for a long time, he still needed further conditioning. A Ling. Looking at the worried faces not far away, Yang Chen smiled and called out the names of the women one by one. Every time he called out a name, a woman would nod with tears on her face. "I'm back. There's no need to worry," Yang Chen said to the women with a smile. After the women cried tears of joy, they rushed forward at the same time and surrounded Yang Chen. After Yang Chen comforted them, he comforted them. Finally, the women stopped crying and quieted down. "Ling, your husband is hungry. Shanshan, prepare some fragrant tea for him to rinse his mouth. Xiao Shui, prepare good wine for me and Big Brother to have a good drink." After a series of instructions, the women happily answered loudly and quickly went to prepare. Only at this moment did Yang Chen turn to Big Brother Li Qing. He smiled and said, "Big Brother, I'm back. Many thanks." Li Qing waved his hand casually and didn't say anything. They were brothers in this world, and everything was understood without word. Although the great Tao derivation diagram had disappeared along with the formation, Ao Lan and Ao Lai were still immersed in their comprehension and could not extricate themselves. This was their fortuitous encounter. Yang Chen and the women did not intend to wake them up at this moment. They just minded their own business and celebrated. "How long has it been?" Yang Chen asked Big Brother Li Qing. 300-odd years, Li Qing answered casually, as though these 300 years were just an instant. "What about the Zhao clan?" This startled Yang Chen. Didn't that mean that the Zhao clan had already unified the spiritual realm after 300-odd years? "Don't worry. Their experts are tied down. They will not be able to make a move for at least a few hundred years," Li Qing answered casually, telling Yang Chen not to worry. When Big Brother Li Qing said that, Yang Chen finally relaxed. The moment he relaxed, he immediately felt incredibly tired, hungry, and thirsty. All sorts of delicacies were served up. Yang Chen and Li Qing ate and drank to their heart's content, looking very bold and unrestrained. After eating and drinking, Li Qing immediately got Gong Sunling to prepare a place with sufficient spiritual energy to recuperate. Although Li Qing looked relaxed over the past few years, his mental exhaustion was no less than when he fought with tens of thousands of profound immortal demonic beasts. "Wait for me to recuperate before we talk about the item spirit," Li Qing instructed everyone before leaving. Right now, Yang Chen had only started to comprehend some of the heavenly Tao. He was still far from truly grasping it. Becoming the item spirit of the Mountain River geographical map still required further work. Li Qing had to rest first. The rest of the time became Yang Chen and the women's. Chapter 2033. The worries and fears of the women for 300 years were now completely forgotten. Yang Chen simply indulged in debauchery, slept together, and sent the women to the peak one by one. When the women completely expressed their worries and grievances over the years and calmed down, Yang Chen began a new round of dual cultivation with them. They hadn't checked their cultivation before, but when they started the dual cultivation, everyone was shocked at the same time. Even Yang Chen didn't expect that his spiritual sense cultivation would soar to the peak of Golden Immortal in the past 300 years, and he almost entered the realm of Great Principle Golden Immortal. His spiritual power cultivation was relatively not particularly outstanding, and there was no heavenly tribulation in the Mountain River geographical map, so there had been no heavenly tribulation over the years. Unknowingly, Yang Chen's cultivation had broken through to the 3rd grade of Earth Immortal. Compared to Yang Chen's breakthrough speed, the women's cultivation had increased a lot. Although everyone was worried about Yang Chen, the pattern of the Great Tao gave them a lot of inspiration. Whether it was in spiritual power or spiritual sense cultivation, they had soared a lot. Lady Fanghua and the maids had all surpassed the 1st grade of Heaven Immortal, but they hadn't crossed the tribulation yet. Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan had also rushed to the 5th grade of Earth Immortal. Gong Sunling was a 7th grade Earth Immortal, and Sun Qingxue was the most ruthless. She actually caught up with Gong Sunling and also reached the 7th grade of Earth Immortal. Tao Junkie was a 6th grade Earth Immortal, and she was the strongest in the human immortal stage, but now she was behind Gong Sunling and Sun Qingxue. Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters were also 5th grade Earth Immortal, and were on the same level as Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan. Zhou Xianying had long been a heaven immortal expert, and her spiritual power cultivation had not increased much over the years. It had only increased by a small realm and reached the 6th grade of heaven immortal. However, her spiritual sense cultivation had soared to the middle stage of golden immortal because of the revelation of the great Tao. She even vaguely found that there seemed to be something strange in her sea of consciousness. Because she was worried about her husband's safety, Zhou Xianying had not carefully examined the changes in her sea of consciousness. After these matters were settled, Zhou Xianying wanted to find some time to go into seclusion and examine it carefully. What Yang Chen had learned over the years had not only increased his third primordial spirit's control over the great Tao of heaven, but more importantly, the cultivation process of countless different creatures had given Yang Chen great inspiration, allowing Yang Chen to have a further understanding of the golden body incantation that he had created himself. While big brother Li Cheng was recuperating, Yang Chen and the girls were dual cultivating while perfecting the golden body secret art again. The golden body secret art of the past was too domineering, to the extent that it was impossible to cultivate without merit. Even if he succeeded in cultivating it, that kind of overbearing cultivation method would cause great harm to the body. In the end, he couldn't get around the protection of merit. After Yang Chen's improvement, the golden body incantation finally eased a lot. Even if Yang Chen did not use any merit when he cultivated in the future, it would not cause any harm to his body. At the same time, the efficiency of cultivation increased, strengthening the effects of the Heavenly Dipper treasure refining art, the Earth Fiend sacrificial formation art, and the Universe treasure nurturing art. It could be said that the improved golden body secret art simply used Yang Chen's body as a magic weapon to refine and maintain it, making the incomparably powerful body even more powerful, and the recovery ability after the injury was also greatly improved. This time, Big Brother Li Cheng's maintenance lasted for half a year. With his current cultivation, one could imagine the exhaustion of the formation from earlier. When Big Brother Li Cheng returned to the group, Ao Lan and Ao Lai were still in closed-door cultivation. The great Tao derivation diagram was vast and profound. It held a fatal attraction for them. However, Ao Lan and Ao Lai did not disappoint Yang Chen. Even though they were in closed-door cultivation, they still got Sun Qingxue to use the Jade Dragon entangling blood, devouring demonic vine to bind them tightly and resist them. It was said that they had been like this since 300 years ago without any break. You girls only care about your husbands and do not focus on the great Tao derivation diagram, missing out on many good opportunities. It is not worth it. When Li Cheng saw everyone's radiant faces, he could not help but shake his head. He expressed his regret that the girls only cared about Yang Chen and missed out on the great Tao derivation diagram. The girls knew that Big Brother Li Cheng had good intentions and did not argue. They just smiled and stood beside Yang Chen. It was like they did not care about missing out on the great fortuitous encounters. That might not be the case. Who knows, it might be a good thing, Yang Chen said to Big Brother Li Cheng while laughing. What do you mean? Big Brother Li Cheng's interest was piqued. He asked, could it be that the heavenly Tao is not comparable to a two-legged person like you? Although the heavenly Tao is good, it is heartless after all. Yang Chen looked at the girls and said proudly, how can it be as valuable as my family? It is better to have emotions. If you miss out on the heavenly Tao, so be it. Is this your understanding? Li Cheng's interest was even greater. He looked at Yang Chen up and down and asked, I have experienced a lot over the years and finally understood some principles. Yang Chen nodded and looked at the girls again. The pride in his eyes could not be erased no matter what. The girls also looked at Yang Chen affectionately, showing a loving expression. This scene made Li Qing very speechless, and he shook his head. Big Brother always said that the great Tao is the simplest. Yang Chen said in Li Qing's words, in that case, let's cultivate the Tao according to the person. Don't think too much. All things in the world have their own Tao. It is reasonable for a wolf to eat a sheep, but it is disgraceful to put it on a sheep's Tao. Yang Chen's words were not only for Li Qing, but also for the girls. Since we are all humans, we should focus on cultivating the human Tao. Everything else is unorthodox. It is the same for the heavenly Tao. If you miss out on it, so be it. There is no need to feel pity. Hearing this, how could the girls not understand that their husband was dispelling their doubts and strengthening their Tao hearts? They were all geniuses and began to ponder. As long as they persisted in their Tao, there was no need to feel pity if they missed out on anything. Moreover, it might not be a blessing. I've only just figured this out. Yang Chen also realized that Brother Li Qing had asked that question just now not only to let the girls strengthen their Tao hearts, but also to test what he had comprehended. My third essence soul will take away all my comprehension of the heavenly Tao. My main body will only leave my Tao heart unchanged. I am still me and have never changed. The more Yang Chen said, the clearer his thoughts became and the firmer his Tao heart became. He felt waves of clarity in his thoughts and his consciousness seemed to have improved. Over the past few days of dual cultivation with the girls, Yang Chen's consciousness had dropped slightly to the 8th grade of the Golden Immortal. The girls' consciousness had risen to the 3rd grade of the Golden Immortal. As Li Qing thought about it, Yang Chen's consciousness actually showed signs of breaking through to the 9th grade of the Golden Immortal. Chapter 2034. What about your third primordial spirit? Big Brother Li Qing did not finish his sentence, but continued to ask. My Tao is the heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao is my Tao. Yang Chen replied quickly without hesitation, I am the heavens. This sentence was really too arrogant, but no one present had the intention to laugh. Yang Chen's third primordial spirit was originally going to control the heavenly Tao in a side of the world, so it was not arrogant at all to say this. You can start. Li Qing nodded and said this. On Yang Chen's body, a phantom of Yang Chen suddenly appeared. In this phantom, there was also a black dot exuding black gas and a huge ball. Together, they slowly floated out of Yang Chen's body and directly merged into the ground under his feet. Now that everyone was originally in the Mountain River geographical map, this phantom merged into the ground. In fact, it also merged into the Mountain River geographical map. Except for Gong Sunling, everyone couldn't feel any changes. Only Gong Sunling could sense that the Mountain River geographical map was adding a backbone, which was a very wonderful feeling. Suddenly, the wind and clouds began to surge between heaven and earth, and countless rays of light emerged from all directions. All the creatures that had been dormant because of Li Qing's array seemed to be awakened at this moment, opened their eyes, and looked around in confusion. Countless rays of light wrapped the bodies of these creatures, and a large amount of spiritual power emerged between heaven and earth, beginning to nourish their bodies. All the creatures did not know what was happening, and they were passively receiving the baptism of the rays of light. There was only confusion in their hearts, but there was no panic. No one could tell what kind of feeling it was. The shadow of a huge palace appeared in the sky, and the 4 big words Lingshao Palace on the palace plaque were abnormally clear. Before anyone could react, the palace quickly disappeared into the distant sky. Gong Sunling felt it the deepest. The world in the Mountain River geographical map that she has not explored yet seemed to be a roaring sound in the space on the upper layer, and then the world seemed to have a stable feeling like a pillar, filling her sea of consciousness. Right in front of everyone's eyes, 3 huge dragon shadows suddenly appeared. These 3 dragons were so huge that their shadows directly filled up the entire spiritual world of the Mountain River geographical map. The 3 dragon shadows seemed to be very irritable. As soon as they appeared, they roared crazily at the sky, as if they were challenging something. Then, Yang Chen's phantom appeared again. Compared to the 3 dragons, Yang Chen's figure was smaller than a grain of rice, but he looked more majestic than the 3 dragons. The silhouette of a dragon pounced forward, and the tiny Yang Chen's silhouette jumped directly onto the dragon's head. It grabbed a small edge of the dragon's horn with one hand, clenched its small fist, and punched the dragon's head violently. On Yang Chen's fist, it was not empty, but with a small black spot that exuded black gas. With each punch, the giant dragon trembled, and its figure became more and more illusory. After hundreds of punches in a row, the dragon's shadow finally couldn't hold on anymore. The tiny Yang Chen grabbed the dragon's horn and swung it up, together with the small black dot emitting black aura, and threw it to the lowest level of the Mountain River geographical map, which was the layer of the mortal world. As soon as it touched the ground of the mortal world, the dragon's shadow quickly dissipated and completely integrated into that layer of space. The second dragon's shadow followed closely behind. This time, it was not a small black dot that welcomed it, but a huge ball. Although the dragon's shadow was very huge, the illusory ball was not small either. Yang Chen's shadow pinched a small corner of the ball, as if it was swinging Mount Tai, and smashed it down. The dragon's shadow was hit thousands of miles away with one blow. Yang Chen's phantom seemed to be not satisfied, and directly chased after it with the ball. The dragon's shadow also tried its best to counterattack, but no matter what method it used, Yang Chen's phantom only swung the ball and smashed it. Any move of the dragon's shadow would be smashed. After hundreds of consecutive smashes, the second dragon's shadow no longer had the strength to fight back, and it was directly smashed into the ground by the ball and disappeared without a trace. Yang Chen's phantom swung again, and the huge ball phantom was directly smashed into the ground of the spiritual realm and disappeared. When the second dragon disappeared completely, the third dragon's shadow roared and rushed straight into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Chen's phantom also flew into the sky, chasing the dragon's shadow for a while and disappeared. Only Gong's Sunling could sense that there was a huge movement in the third space. It was estimated that Yang Chen's phantom was fighting with the third dragon's shadow. This still needed a process. When Yang Chen completely conquered the third dragon's shadow, it meant that he temporarily controlled the 3 realms in the Mountain River geographical map and became a genuine tool spirit. With the tool spirit in charge of the primary heavenly law, the Mountain River geographical map was one step closer to becoming a real world. Everything seemed to be very beautiful. Yang Chen stood in place, feeling the battle between the third primordial spirit and the dragon spirit. It had to be said that the third dragon spirit was originally to control the immortal world, and its cultivation was extremely high. Under normal circumstances, the third primordial spirit, whose spiritual awareness cultivation was only at the peak of the golden immortal, would not be the opponent of the other party's great principal golden immortal. Unfortunately, although the other party's cultivation was high, it had no active consciousness and was lost in the Mountain River geographical map for many years, greatly weakening its combat effectiveness. Yang Chen's third primordial spirit had a steady stream of support from his main body and the second primordial spirit, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Even without any weapons, the dragon spirit was gradually not an opponent, and after being taught a hard lesson by Yang Chen, it lay dormant. Because there was no real space in the immortal world, in the end, the dragon spirit and the third primordial spirit could only stay in the Lingshao King Hall. This was also good. In the territory of Yang Chen's third primordial spirit, the dragon spirit could not turn over even if it had great abilities. The rays of light that nourished all the living beings finally stopped, and everything in the Mountain River geographical map returned to normal. Whether it was the aborigines or the cultivators, They didn't seem to notice that they had been used by someone with a formation for more than 300 years. They still lived and cultivated as usual, and nothing had changed at all. Or it couldn't be said that, it seemed that after being nourished by the rays of light, the cultivation of all the living beings had improved. Maybe this was the reward given by the third primordial spirit to all the holy spirits here. Husband, what is that little black dot and ball? Gong Sunling was the first to feel the change. Since the third layer of space quieted down, the mountain river geographical map had a qualitative improvement. She could even perceive the feeling of being handy and asked in surprise. That is the exit of the demon beast space that I refined in the core of the demon continent and the core of the trial land in the mortal world. Yang Chen was not afraid to shock the world in front of the women and directly said the answer. Chapter 2035. The women didn't know this before. Suddenly hearing Yang Chen say this, they were all surprised and couldn't close their mouth. Almost everyone had been to the demon continent. Even if they hadn't been there, they had heard of it. In the later period, there was no more demonic energy in the demon continent, which everyone knew. They thought that there was something wrong with the demon continent, but they didn't expect that their husband had collected the core of the demon continent. What was the exit of the demonic beast space? For a while, everyone didn't think more. But soon everyone realized something, and they covered their mouths in shock and looked at their husband incredulously. The last time we entered the trial ground, Big Brother Li Cheng took me inside to have a look. Yang Chen explained lightly, putting Li Cheng's credit at the forefront, and this was the case. There is a huge space exit inside, which is the source of the demonic beasts in the trial ground, and also the source of the demonic beasts in the demonic tribulation. Yang Chen quickly explained to the women. I saw it, so I refined that space exit. Then why did my husband let the demonic tribulation happen? Gao Yu asked in confusion. In fact, everyone wanted to ask this question, and it was obvious that there was some reproach in it. Only Gao Yu could ask it, no one else could. It was fine if Zhou Xianying asked, but Zhou Xianying was Grandma Tianqin. In front of Yang Chen, she was a good wife, but in front of outsiders, she was still the unreasonable Grandma Tianqin. What's wrong with the demonic tribulation? It should take a little longer to eliminate more than half of the cultivators in the world. My cultivation base is too low, I can't close that exit. Yang Chen made everyone accept this fact with just one sentence. In order to refine that space exit, I had to forcibly improve my cultivation base. In the later stage, I couldn't control it, so I abolished my cultivation base and started over again. Everyone knew the latter. They thought that Big Brother Li Cheng really just made Yang Chen's cultivation more twists and turns, but they didn't expect it to be this reason. When they thought that everyone would misunderstand their husband, the women had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Husband, how did you get in? Sun Qingxue, this little girl, was the youngest. She was always curious like a baby and asked some questions that everyone wanted to know, and no one blamed her. The goal she was talking about was naturally the invisible barrier in the core region of the trial grounds that blocked the various sect members outside. Zhao family manor. Yang Chen explained with a smile. The Zhao family's manor in the mortal world will not be blocked, nor will it be attacked. It was refined by the Zhao family, and they are of the same lineage. Junkie even lived in it for a very long time. Now everyone understood. After the initial shock, the girls started to look forward to the scene inside the core of the trial ground. Although their husband said it casually, there were so many Xian immortal demonic beasts outside, one could imagine the situation inside. Let's recuperate for a while, collect a few cave manners, and consolidate our foundations. Then, let's go in and take a look. Yang Chen could guess their thoughts from the way he valued the girls. After giving the girls a guarantee, everyone began to discuss the itinerary after going out. After a retreat of 300 years, everyone had gained a lot. After the girls got the guidance of their husband and knew that they did not miss the evolution of the Great Way, they also needed to retreat a little to understand their gains. The most idle people became Yang Chun and Big Brother Li Cheng. It was rare that in the past 300 years, Yang Lan did not give Yang Chun a single instruction. However, Yang Chun quickly understood that it was not that Yang Lan did not want to give him instructions, but that his instructions were issued. It was just that the great unfettered Demon Heart Sutra had not been cultivated to the realm of the spiritual sense cultivation method. Naturally, he did not have the ability to cross realms, and he did not even have the ability to break through several layers of cave manners. Yang Chun was now in the cave in the belly of the Earth Dragon, then he entered the Dragon Palace, and finally entered the Mountain River geographical map, a total of 3 layers, completely shortening the connection between Yang Lan and himself. However, Yang Chun found that he was still able to communicate with Yang Lan, and he felt more relaxed than at the beginning. It seemed that this was the result of the great improvement of his spiritual sense cultivation. From this, it was estimated that Yang Lan's influence could affect up to 2 layers of the cave space. It was estimated that he also got the news of Yang Chen's retreat and knew that the news could not be sent in, so he gave up and waited for the next opportunity. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base had improved so much that there was no pure spiritual awareness overflowing from the white bead in his sea of consciousness. It was estimated that the spiritual awareness of the great principal golden immortal had been refined. This made Yang Chun feel a little unsatisfied, and he wished that there was another great principal golden immortal's spiritual awareness to supplement it. Fortunately, Yang Chun also understood that this idea was too greedy, but he shook his head and gave up after thinking about it. Cultivation was not a hard work, so Yang Chun did not immediately seize the time to cultivate crazily. Instead, together with Big Brother Li Cheng, they strolled leisurely in the Mountain River geographical map and went to the life circle of the natives of the mortal world to appreciate the life of the mortals. It was not until the girls came out that they returned to the side of the girls. The girls had been in seclusion for 10 years. The outside world was calm, and it was estimated that there was nothing major. During these 10 years, Aolan and Aolai also came out of seclusion one after another. However, looking at their appearance, it seemed that they were not very satisfied with the effect of seclusion. Thinking about it, it was normal. The evolution of the Great Tao was not that easy to comprehend. Even if Aolan was a golden immortal dragon expert, it was impossible for him to comprehend it in such a short time. However, even so, the 2 dragon experts had their own breakthroughs. Aolan, who was a peak golden immortal, finally broke through this barrier and entered the great principal golden immortal realm in the spiritual world. Unfortunately, there could not be profound immortal tribulation and golden immortal tribulation in the spiritual world. Otherwise, Aolan could really become a great principal golden immortal. Aolai was no exception. He was already a peak heaven immortal. These years, he was limited by the lack of mental state and did not improve. In fact, he had accumulated enough. Using this opportunity, he broke through the bottleneck of peak heaven immortal in one fell swoop and directly rushed to the profound immortal grade 4. The advantage of the dragon race was really unique. If ordinary humans and demons wanted to surpass the heaven immortal realm and stay in the spiritual world, they had to do a lot of preparatory work. Only then would they be able to deceive heaven's secrets and prevent the heavenly tribulation from descending. However, the dragon race did not need to go through so much trouble. If they did not want to ascend, the heavenly tribulation would not descend. This was something that Yang Chen already knew very clearly from his comprehension of the heavenly Tao. However, in Yang Chen's opinion, the biggest gain for the two was not the increase in their cultivation. Although the increase in their cultivation was something to be happy about, it was just something that happened naturally when the time was right for the dragon race. What truly allowed them to be reborn was the result of their arduous training during this period. The two of them no longer had to worry about the restraint of the dragon coiling grass. Chapter 2036. For the past 300-odd years, the dragon coiling grass had never left Aeolon and Aeolai's bodies. They had always been used to fighting and tempering themselves. Hard work paid off. When the dragon race, who were blessed by the heavens, put in a lot of effort to temper themselves, the heavens would naturally give them a corresponding reward. When Aeolai came out of closed-door cultivation, he stretched his huge dragon body. The jasper dragon coiling demonic vine that had entangled him for 300-odd years was broken by his huge strength. It broke into pieces of vines that were no more than 3 meters long. That is little Snow's darling. Can't you be gentler? Before Aeolai could show off, he heard Yang Chen's reprimand. As soon as he heard Yang Chen say this, Aeolai immediately restrained his arrogant appearance, and his dragon face began to accompany him with a smile. Aeolon and Aeolai came out of closed-door cultivation right after each other. However, Aeolan's movements were very small. The dragon's body moved slightly, and the vines wrapped around her body seemed to have no effect at all. They quickly coiled up and flung to the side. Aeolai probably heard Yang Chen reprimanding Aeolai. Hence, she did not damage the vines. Yang Chen immediately put away the rattan, even the ones that Aeolai broke were no exception. These were all good things, especially the jasper dragon coiling demonic vine that had been nourished by Aeolon and Aeolai's flesh for 300 years. It was the best gift for little Snow. I suddenly feel much more relaxed, Aeolon sighed as she felt her free body. That is true. In the future, there will no longer be any natural enemies that can restrain the two of you. That is what I should congratulate you for, Yang Chen continued with a smile. Now that my thoughts are clear, naturally, I feel more relaxed. With Aeolon around, Aeolai did not dare to say anything. He could not tell that this fellow had such potential. In the future, he would definitely be a henpecked husband. It is indeed that kind of unrestrained freedom. Aeolon took a deep breath of the air filled with spiritual energy. Then, she sighed, unexpectedly, it is so easy. Indeed. It is that easy. Yang Chen smiled and said, actually, it is just like how mortals train in body tempering techniques. After getting used to a certain degree of impact, they will slowly get used to it. In the end, they will no longer fear an even heavier impact. It is such a simple principle. To think that your ancestors restrained their descendants to be restrained by the dragon coiling grass generation after generation. You are truly farsighted. The latter part of Yang Chen's words contained clear mockery. This was the fault of the dragon race's ancestors. As a member of the dragon race, Aeolon naturally could not interfere too much. However, she did not want to hear such words either. She could only laugh it off and let the topic pass. Big elder sister, coiling grass, dragon coiling dragons. The reason why Yang Chen said all that was because he wanted to bring up the topic at the back. How could Aeolon not say anything else? He immediately followed up by saying, if you still have friends, let them come here and try to hone themselves. It will be good for them. That was an expert of the dragon race who was on good terms with Aeolon, a golden immortal. How could Yang Chen let go of such an opportunity? There is no need. Aeolon immediately saw through Yang Chen's thoughts. However, she did not give him a chance. Although we have nearly exterminated the dragon coiling grass, we can still find a small amount. However, the jasper dragon coiling around the demonic blood-devouring vine is the only one in the world. At this moment, Yang Chen smiled like an old fox who had succeeded in his scheme. Not only the dragon coiling grass, but you can also get used to the might of the demonic blood-devouring vine and the demonic blood-devouring vine. Furthermore, there is the nourishment of the jasper vine. It is much more beneficial than just the dragon coiling grass. It had to be said that Yang Chen always grasped the most tempting part of people and succeeded every time. Aolan and Aolai had both tasted the jasper dragon coiling around the demonic blood-devouring vine. Naturally, they knew what benefits they had obtained in the past 300 years. After hesitating for a while, Aolan said somewhat unnaturally, "I am only in charge of mentioning it to them. Whether they come or not is up to them." Aolan's words were like announcing that Yang Chen's scheme had succeeded. When Aolan's dragon race companions saw the great changes in Aolan and Aolai, it would be strange if they were not willing to come over. Aolan probably would not even dream that she would be the spokesperson for Yang Chen's advertisement. The power of a role model was boundless. Seeing Yang Chen chatting casually with them, how could Aolan and Aolai not know that Yang Chen had already started comprehending the heavenly Tao? However, what made them feel strange was that in a mere 300 years, not much time had passed. The mountain river geographical map clearly had the aura of the dragon race. Aolan was too embarrassed to ask. The mountain river geographical map was a magic treasure of the dragon race in the first place. It was normal for it to have dragon chi. However, Aolai did not have such concerns. He immediately asked, "Yang Chen, why is the dragon chi here becoming denser?" The original 3-item spirits of the mountain river geographical map have all been drawn out. Yang Chen did not say much. There were some things that everyone could understand with just a little. There was no need to waste words. Aolan's eyes lit up when she heard that. No matter what, the mountain river geographical map was a magic treasure of the dragon race. Looking at the situation now, it seemed to be getting closer to a world. This was also the long-cherished wish of the dragon race's seniors. If Yang Chen and Gong Sunling could realize it, it would be a huge boost and reference for the dragon race. The 2 dragon race experts did not linger for long. This time, they had gained too much. They had to consolidate their gains. Furthermore, Yang Chen's suggestion moved them as well. They might even have to bring a group of friends over and make use of Sun Qingshue's Jasper Dragon entangling demonic vines to break free from the restraints of the dragon entangling grass. Soon, only Yang Chen's family and big brother Li Qing remained in the mountain river geographical map. The girls were still in closed-door cultivation. However, after Aolan and Aolai left, big brother Li Qing also mentioned leaving. "Just go and collect the cave abode. Don't worry about anything else." Li Qing warned Yang Chen, "The experts of the Zhao clan are still at the exit of the demonic beast space. It will take hundreds of years for them to be held back by the experts. What are your plans?" "Give the Zhao clan's manor to the Xiantian sect." Yang Chen thought for a while and replied directly. He did not hide his disgust for the Xiantian sect from big brother Li Qing. He believed that big brother Li Qing would not have a good impression of him. "I will take you and the others to collect the cave abode. When the time is right, refine the heavenly tribulation room." "Well, that's good too." Li Qing did not respond to Yang Chen's plan for the Xiantian sect. He said, "Don't rush to refine the heavenly tribulation room. If you have time, expand the core of the demon continent to allow us to enter and exit. When I come to find you next time, we will go to the other side of the demon continent to have a look." When Yang Chen heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. On the other side of the core of the demon continent, it was obviously a huge world or space. If he went there, there would definitely be great benefits. Originally, he just said it, but Yang Chen was a little impatient now. Chapter 2037. Li Qing soon left on his own. Yang Chen would not ask him what he was going to do, and Li Qing almost never told him. However, Yang Chen could probably guess the purpose of Li Qing. It was estimated that he was preparing to refine the heavens tribulation room in the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Although he said it lightly before, Yang Chen could feel the importance he attached to the heavens tribulation room. Yang Chen waited for a few more years in the geographical map of mountains and rivers, and finally waited for the girls to come out one by one. In this retreat, the women really had their own gains. Although their cultivation base did not advance rapidly, Yang Chen could easily see the changes in the mentality of the outstanding women. Perhaps Yang Chen's last reminder had an effect. The girls were now more and more infatuated with Yang Chen. One by one, they were entangled with each other, wishing they could never be separated, which made Yang Chen enjoy it. Everyone left the geographical map of mountains and rivers separately. There was no other way. Several of them were on the verge of crossing their tribulations. Once they went out, they would cross their tribulations. Moreover, the tribulations of each of them were much stronger than ordinary tribulations. Going out together would affect each other. The mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was very lively these days. Every day there were masters crossing their tribulations, and they were very powerful tribulations that were dozens of times stronger than ordinary tribulations. Every time they crossed their tribulations, it was an earth-shattering movement, which surprised and delighted the disciples of Chunyang Palace who were lucky enough to watch the ceremony. They were happy that after watching so many human immortal tribulations, they all had some experience in crossing tribulations. They were surprised that each human immortal tribulation was unusually strong, so that the masters of these human immortal disciples had to comfort them. This was not normal, but a group of abnormal masters. Among Yang Chen's wives and concubines, only Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters were in the intermediate human immortal tribulation, but there were 24 Penglai divine wood demons in the Dragon Palace who had long reached the level of earth immortal. Despite the 12 Yuanshan Sea suppression formation, if 24 Penglai divine wood demons whose cultivation was far beyond the level of earth immortal had to cross their tribulations at the same time, it was estimated that the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace would be destroyed again, so they could only take turns to cross their tribulations. The Murong sisters had been controlling the dragon puppet to refine their life source magic weapon, the 5 elements hook, over the years, and their cultivation fell behind. But as the 5 elements hook became more and more integrated, their cultivation also rose. The Dragon Clan's magic weapon was by no means so ordinary. In addition, the dragon puppet had also been pestering the dragon coiling grass over the years. Every time, the Murong sisters controlled the dragon puppet to resist the entanglement of the jasper dragon and the blood-eating demon vine. After more than 300 years, it had been quite effective. At least when entangled with the dragon grass, the Murong sisters did not seem to be interfered. The Murong sisters, the dragon puppet, and the dragon puppet. The same. The dragon puppet to the dragon puppet. Shi Wushuang has been favored by the Penglai divine wood monsters these years. Her life source flying sword was a Penglai divine wood that Yang Chen gave her later. After refining the life source flying sword, it was unexpected that this Penglai divine wood flying sword and the 24 Penglai divine wood monsters were inexplicably linked. This also led to Shi Wushuang having a jaw-dropping benefit, that was, her life could be shared with the 24 Penglai divine wood demons. The vitality of the Penglai divine wood demons was too strong, not to mention the 24 united. In other words, as long as Shi Wushuang was not completely killed at once, as long as there was a breath, then she almost had an immortal body and could recover at any time and anywhere. There were 30 Penglai divine wood demons, Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters. On average, the human immortal tribulation lasted for 1 day and night. For a whole month, the tribulation cloud above Chunyang Palace did not dissipate. It was almost always there, and the rumbling sound lasted for a month. Just when the human immortal tribulation cloud in the sky finally dissipated completely, and everyone thought that the feast of the heavens tribulation was finally over, the clear sky was once again covered with tribulation clouds. This time, the human immortal disciples in Chunyang Palace all changed their faces. The masters in the palace immediately issued a warning. All the people with insufficient cultivation retreated thousands of miles. More earth immortal masters were full of stars, and hurriedly grabbed the best position, for fear of missing the next wonder. There was no other way. This time the tribulation cloud was the earth immortal tribulation, and someone was going to become a fairy immortal. How many people were stuck in this hurdle all their lives and could not pass it anyway? Now that there was a free reference opportunity, who would easily let it go? Lady Fanghua and the 30 beautiful maids, in the past 300 years, had the most terrifying improvement in their cultivation, and each of them had reached the standard of a fairy immortal. Especially after the double cultivation with Yang Chen's improved golden body secrets, their cultivation was a little bit uncontrollable. One by one, they went out, and the result was one after another crossing the tribulation. The Earth Immortal tribulation in the sky was also several times more terrible than the ordinary Earth Immortal tribulation, and there was a dense pile of it. Every time a beautiful figure appeared, it would trigger a series of Earth Immortal tribulation attacks. Then, under the gaze of countless people, each beautiful figure easily and elegantly resolved one by one. From a distance, everyone could not see clearly who it was, and they did not dare to use their divine senses to explore, lest they were affected by the heaven tribulation. But everyone could think that it was an expert of Chunyang Palace who was crossing the tribulation. Such a scene of crossing the tribulation was common in Chunyang Palace with hundreds of thousands of people, but such a continuous heaven tribulation was rare, and it was really an eye-opener. People thought it was normal that the human immortal tribulation was continuous, but even the earth immortal tribulation was like this, which made people's imagination run wild. When Lady Fanghua finally appeared, the power of the heaven tribulation reached its peak, and it was several times more powerful than the previous women combined. However, Lady Fanghua, who had been showered with the most by Yang Chen, just chuckled, swayed her body, and took the initiative to rush into the group of heaven tribulation. The chuckle just now was full of the charm of a beautiful woman missing her lover. The sound was not loud, but it spread thousands of miles. Just this sound alone made many male cultivators almost unable to control themselves. Although the female cultivators were a little better, their hearts were also rippling, and their faces were blushing. The heaven tribulation all over the sky seemed to have become Lady Fanghua's gorgeous dress, with thousands of rays of light, decorating Lady Fanghua extraordinarily beautiful. In this excessive beauty, Lady Fanghua's laughter continued, but the number of heaven tribulation was decreasing rapidly. Even so, Madame Fanghua's heavenly tribulation lasted for 5 days, so that some masters who have already become celestial immortals were dumbfounded. Finally, Lady Fanghua's heaven tribulation was over. The smoke in the sky dissipated, and the sky was clear. For more than 2 months, everyone had not seen the blue sky, and it had always been shrouded in tribulation clouds. Today they finally saw the sun, and the shadow in the hearts of countless people was swept away. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief and planned to enjoy the sunny sun and relax their mood, the tribulation clouds began to condense again. Chapter 2038. Again? Everyone in Chunyang Palace had begun to smile bitterly. What kind of day was this? Even the tribulation transcendence was lined up so neatly. However, it was a good thing for everyone to watch the heavenly tribulation. No one would complain about watching too many heavenly tribulations. They were all experiences and references. Even if they failed, they could learn from them. Normally, they might not even be able to watch it. This time, everyone was lucky. They bumped into a large group. However, the heavenly tribulation this time was truly a little strange. No one could understand what was going on. The tribulation clouds had already covered the entire sky, but the dense heavenly tribulation did not appear. Not only that, even the normal 99 heavenly tribulations did not appear. There were only tribulation clouds, but no heavenly tribulations. What was going on? No one had ever seen such a wondrous sight before. Even a good number of heavenly immortals were looking up at the sky in puzzlement. They could not figure out what was going on. After a long time, a heavenly tribulation finally appeared. The moment it appeared, countless cultivators watching the ceremony frowned. What was going on? Why was there only one heavenly tribulation? What kind of bribe was this? How could there be such a good thing? But in the next moment, no one thought that this was a good thing anymore. The heavenly tribulation finally revealed itself. It appeared unassuming, but the aura it exuded was like a tempestuous tsunami, causing all the cultivators within a radius of tens of thousands of li to involuntarily fall limply to the ground. What kind of berserk was that? Even the few Xian immortal experts in Chunyang Palace were trembling with fear from the aura contained in the heavenly tribulation. They couldn't help but feel invincible. Even if it was a profound immortal tribulation, these few profound immortal experts were confident that they could withstand 1 or 2 bolts. They didn't dare say that they could withstand all 999 bolts, but 1 or 2 bolts wouldn't matter. However, they didn't even dare to think of resisting the heavenly tribulation that had appeared in the sky. What level of heavenly tribulation was this? The mysterious immortal tribulation was not enough to describe it. Could it be the legendary golden immortal tribulation that only appeared in the immortal world? But why would the golden immortal tribulation appear here? The ordinary natives within a radius of tens of thousands of li had all fainted under the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. Even many cultivators below the 5th-tier human immortal stage were unable to endure the pressure and lost consciousness. The remaining people could only bitterly hold on. They all wanted to see who had triggered such a heaven-defying heavenly tribulation. If they couldn't see it, they would simply die with everlasting regret. Not long after this heavenly tribulation appeared, 9 different heavenly tribulations appeared around it. In the eyes of those Xian immortal experts, these 9 heavenly tribulations were slightly more normal. If they guessed correctly, these 9 heavenly tribulations should be Xian immortal tribulations. However, it was impossible for a profound immortal tribulation to appear in the spiritual realm. The profound immortal tribulation would only appear when a profound immortal broke through to the golden immortal realm. How could there be any profound immortals in the spiritual realm who could undergo tribulation? Those who passed the tribulation would have ascended to the immortal world long ago. The 9 abstruse immortal tribulations were much inferior to the previous golden immortal tribulation, but that was only in comparison. In the eyes of the cultivators who had barely fainted, these 9 heavenly tribulations were like 9 deadly impermanences. No matter who encountered them, there was only death. Perhaps it felt that everyone was not shocked enough. Outside the 9 abstruse immortal tribulations, another 99 heavenly immortal tribulations appeared. The heavenly immortal tribulations were much more normal, at least within the acceptable range of the cultivators in the spiritual realm. However, 99 heavenly immortal tribulations were clearly the heavenly tribulation of a heaven immortal expert who was about to undergo tribulation and ascend. Could it be that a senior in the sect was about to ascend? The surprises came one after another, one after the other. After the 99 heavenly immortal tribulations appeared, it was immediately followed by 999 earthly immortal tribulations. The earthly immortal tribulations appeared because an earthly immortal expert was about to become a heaven immortal. No one knew what kind of pitiful earthly immortal expert had done to trigger 999 earthly immortal tribulations. This was already 10 times stronger than an ordinary earthly immortal tribulation. If the heavenly immortal tribulations of the golden immortal and abstruse immortal tribulations were taken into account, the power of these earthly immortal tribulations would be unimaginable. If everyone thought that the earthly immortal tribulations were everything, then the subsequent human immortal tribulations that exceeded 9,999,999 made them speechless. No matter how powerful a human immortal expert was, it was impossible for there to be so many human immortal tribulations. Even the human immortal tribulations that had descended continuously for a month were not this many in total. Since there were human immortal tribulations, it meant that a human immortal was about to undergo tribulation. Poor guy, he was about to be crushed into ashes by the heavens. How could this be called tribulation? He might as well take out his flying sword and slit his own throat. That might be more satisfying. Several different types of heavenly tribulations formed a circle, getting stronger and stronger from the inside out. Perhaps it was because the appearance of these heavenly tribulations was too shocking that no one realized that by the time all the heavenly tribulations had appeared, 2 months had already passed. That was to say, it took 2 months for the heavenly tribulations to appear. Up until now, the person who was about to undergo tribulation hadn't even started. Countless people had already begun to imagine how the person who was about to transcend the tribulation would have an ashen complexion and how brilliant the light would be during the tribulation. Then, the person who transcended the tribulation would turn into brilliant fireworks in front of everyone's eyes, blooming with the most brilliant light in his life. Then, he would turn into ashes, and there might even be no ashes left. It was not that they didn't care about their friendship, nor were they unsympathetic. It was just that the power of the heavenly tribulations was so terrifying that they had to think so. Didn't they see that the cultivators below the 5th stage of the human immortal realm couldn't even stay awake? The heavenly tribulations finally began to descend. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the most central position, wanting to know who this heaven-defying cultivator was. A figure rushed straight to the sky. Unfortunately, even the Xian immortal expert with the highest cultivation was hiding hundreds of miles away. He couldn't see who the figure was at all. As for what would happen to the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace after this heavenly tribulation, no one thought much about it. Anyway, the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace had been destroyed more than once or twice, so they were used to it. Fortunately, this time, it was not an enemy. There was nothing to say when it was destroyed under the heavenly tribulation. The person who faced the heavenly tribulation was naturally Yang Chen. He didn't expect that his heavenly tribulation would cause such a big scene. Such an exaggerated heavenly tribulation was probably related to his cultivation of the 6th stage of 3 purities secret art and the initial understanding of the way of the heavens by the 3rd primordial spirit. But in any case, he had to pass the heavenly tribulation. Looking at the dense heavenly tribulation above, Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and sucked hard. All the heavenly tribulations seemed to have encountered the most powerful tornado. They were all swept up and sent straight into Yang Chen's mouth. Chapter 2039. All the scenes of success, failure, paralysis and death that the spectators were expecting did not appear. There were no cultivators resisting the heavenly tribulation, and there were no countless brilliant sparks flickering in the night sky. There was nothing at all. Yang Chen inhaled like a whale sucking in water. All the heavenly tribulations, be it the golden immortal tribulation, profound immortal tribulation, heaven immortal tribulation, earth immortal tribulation or human immortal tribulation, were all swallowed in one gulp. Even the dense black tribulation clouds that covered tens of thousands of miles in the sky did not escape this big mouth. Nothing was left and all of them were swallowed. In the blink of an eye, the whole sky disappeared, and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. The aura that could suppress everything not long ago disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Those aborigines and cultivators who had fainted from the suppression at the beginning also woke up in confusion, and did not know what had happened. The cultivators who witnessed this scene looked at each other in dismay. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. That was it? The super-heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for more than 2 months disappeared just like that before a single one fell on the person undergoing the tribulation? It was really the biggest joke in the world. Was there anything more unbelievable than this? Who was joking with everyone? But the tribulation clouds were not fake, and the heavenly tribulation that appeared was not fake either. Could it be that God saw that everyone was having a hard time, so he played with everyone? Countless people were discussing this strange heavenly tribulation with their companions. They could talk about it together, and they had all kinds of guesses. The contrast this time was so great that countless cultivators gave up on the thought of cultivating for a short period of time. Instead, they focused their attention on the heavenly tribulation. Some people even thought that some expert was really bored when cultivating, so he came up with this method to simulate the heavenly tribulation to tease everyone and achieve some breakthrough. The people outside were talking about it, but the women who hid in the dragon palace after the tribulation and watched the people behind them transcend the tribulation had a completely different thought. When Yang Chen walked out, the tribulation clouds filled the sky, and the heavenly tribulations appeared one after another, and the hearts of the women directly rose to their throats. Her husband's cultivation was too heaven-defying, and even the cultivation of his spiritual sense was already unimaginable, which led to such a phenomenon. What everyone was worried about was whether their husband could withstand a heavenly tribulation of this degree. After being anxious and on tenterhooks for more than 2 months, the girls were finally able to persevere because they had experienced too many similar situations in the past 300 years. Otherwise, just this kind of silent torment alone would be enough to put them down, swallowing all the heavenly tribulations in one gulp. Even though the girls had thought of many ways to do so, they had never expected Xiang Xingjie to use such an unimaginable method. From the looks of it, her husband seemed to have succeeded. Yang Chen had used this method on a whim. He didn't expect it to work. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have a spirit. Without Yang Chen's explanation, it automatically divided into 2 parts. 1 golden immortal tribulation and 9 mysterious immortal tribulation rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness without any surprise. They began to attack and destroy Yang Chen's sea of consciousness wantonly. The remaining fairy immortal tribulation, earth immortal tribulation and human immortal tribulation filled Yang Chen's body, waiting for all the power to burst out at once. Yang Chen had already called out the golden bell in advance. In an instant, all the energy was charged into Yang Chen's body and the golden bell. After the improved golden body secret art, his body was strengthened again. It was almost comparable to the strength of the yellow-turbaned strongman's body, refining arcane power in the Heaven Tower realm. The heavenly tribulation of the spiritual world was just like tickling. In fact, Yang Chen's body had only withstood tens of thousands of human immortal tribulations. It was enough to achieve the purpose of tempering himself, and he didn't expect more. After a part of the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword was consumed, more than 99% of the power of the heavenly tribulation was guided into the golden bell by Yang Chen. This magic weapon of the dragon clan required a lot of power of the heavenly tribulation to refine and integrate. This time, the super heavenly tribulation was also stronger than Yang Chen expected. It was just right to use it to refine the golden bell. According to the number of heavenly tribulations, this time's super heavenly tribulation was enough to match tens of thousands of normal human immortal tribulations, at least 10 earth immortal tribulations and 1 fairy immortal tribulation. This did not include the golden immortal tribulation and Xian immortal tribulation that raged in the sea of consciousness. The power of the heavenly tribulation beyond imagination was all absorbed by the golden bell. The energy that poured in at one time was so amazing that the 8 dragon spirits were busy like crazy, absorbing in balance. In a short time, the 8 dragon shadows became much more solid. The fusion with Yang Chen's soft voice also entered another stage. Originally, elder brother Li Qing judged that Yang Chen could not completely integrate the golden bell in 1 or 2 heavenly tribulations. That was because he did not expect that Yang Chen's heavenly tribulation would be so terrifying. The golden bell couldn't bear more power for a while and had to rely on Yang Chen's body, which had been integrated by 1/3, to bear it. Then there was often more fusion. At the beginning of this process, unless the energy was exhausted, it would not stop. Yang Chen closed his eyes and silently felt the fusion of the golden bell and his body. In the eyes of the women outside, Yang Chen's body was surrounded by 8 golden dragons. His body turned red for a while, and then slowly began to become normal. The process was very complicated and seemed to take a long time, but in the eyes of the women, it was just a few breaths. Everyone watched Yang Chun swallow the heavenly tribulation, then stood in the same place, and his whole body turned red. After taking a few deep breaths, the red color of his body began to fade slowly, and the dragon shadows flying around him became more and more detailed, like a real dragon. In a moment, Yang Chen's body completely returned to normal. The golden dragon shadow also turned into 8 dragon-shaped tattoos again and returned to Yang Chen's body, making Yang Chen's well-proportioned body look extremely hideous. It's over? The women were also surprised. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, but her husband actually resolved it in a few breaths? However, Yang Chen had done many shocking things, and it seemed that he didn't need this one more. The women were used to it, but they quickly accepted it without any doubt. Everyone thought that everything was over, but only Yang Chen knew that the 10 heavenly tribulations in his sea of consciousness, 1 golden immortal tribulation and 9 profound immortal tribulations were still raging wildly, and there was no sign of it ending. Even with Yang Chen's current spiritual sense cultivation of the 9th grade golden immortal, he couldn't completely resist a golden immortal tribulation. That was the heavenly tribulation that a peak golden immortal expert had to go through to become a zenith heaven golden immortal. Even if Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation had not reached that realm, it was extremely difficult for him to deal with it. The 9 profound immortal tribulations were fine, and it would not cause much harm in the sea of consciousness. The incomparably strong Lingshao Palace in the Sea of Consciousness forcibly took all the profound immortal tribulations. After a while, the 9 profound immortal tribulations turned into the purest spiritual sense power and began to nourish Yang Chen's damaged Sea of Consciousness. Chapter 2040. What really damaged Yang Chen's Sea of Consciousness was a golden immortal tribulation. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Chen had personally crossed the normal golden immortal tribulation in his previous life and became a great principal golden immortal, he had some experience and could barely cope with it. Otherwise, his sea of consciousness would not have been able to support and turned into chaos. If it was just Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen could rely on the sturdiness of the soaring Heaven King Palace to support it. Although the golden immortal tribulation was powerful, it was not enough to completely destroy the soaring Heaven King Palace. Each time, he could only attack a corner of the soaring Heaven King Palace, and then Yang Chen quickly used his spiritual awareness to repair it. That is, now that Yang Chen's 3 purities secret art has reached the 6th realm, so he could use his spiritual awareness to repair such damage at any time and anywhere, barely reaching a balance between repair and destruction, so that the sea of consciousness would not collapse. Even in the previous realm, the repair was not so fast, and the consequence was that the sea of consciousness would eventually be destroyed. Even if the repair and destruction could reach a balance now, it was still very hard for Yang Chen to persist in the sea of consciousness. The biggest flaw was actually the virtual sea of consciousness built for Yang Lan. Yang Chen didn't want to easily cut off the connection with Yang Lan. He still wanted to use this line in the future, so he must protect this virtual sea of consciousness. There was never a day when Yang Chen would think that he had to spare no effort to save Yang Lan's life. According to the destructive power of the golden immortal tribulation, as long as the virtual sea of consciousness was destroyed, then Yang Lan's sea of consciousness would be blasted into slag like the great principal golden immortal master who chased after the body along the spiritual awareness connection. In order to keep this sea of consciousness, Yang Chen could only do his best to move the virtual sea of consciousness to the center of the soaring Heaven King Palace and let the soaring Heaven King Palace protect it, so that the virtual sea of consciousness would not be lost. If Yang Lan knew that the spiritual awareness seed he separated to control Yang Chen was lucky enough to live in the soaring Heaven King Palace, he didn't know what kind of honor it would be. Fortunately, Yang Chun finally found that the white bead in the middle of the roof of the soaring Heaven King Palace could slightly absorb the power of the golden immortal tribulation every time he touched it, weakening the power of the golden immortal tribulation. As long as he could persist through the most difficult period, he would eventually be able to suppress this golden immortal tribulation. He just didn't know if the white bead would give him the purest divine sense after absorbing the golden immortal tribulation, just like how it absorbed the divine sense of the zenith heaven golden immortal. Anyway, he had already planned to give the Zhao family manor to the profound heaven sect. Yang Chun would not let go of this good opportunity to let Yang Lan know about it. The idea was very simple, just the words, Zhao manor of the mortal world, Zhao manor. Yang Chun would Yang had Yang. Yang Yen would not want Yen Qi. The idea was very simple. It was the words, mortal Zhao family manor. He believed that the smart Yang Lan would be able to think of many things from these words. Yang Lan was really fooled. When he received Yang Chen's words of control, his mind immediately flashed the legend of the Zhao family manor built on the back of the black tortoise. This thing should be able to help outsiders enter the invisible barrier. The Zhao manor had fallen into the hands of Yang Chen. This was a fact that many people knew. Yang Lan quickly waited for a while. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, he immediately sent a controlling idea to Yang Chen, asking him to hand over the Zhao manor to the Xiantian sect. When it came to Yang Lan's most hated enemy, Yang Chen must be ranked second, and the first must be the Xiantian sect. If it wasn't for the Xiantian sect, he wouldn't have suffered so much, and his sister wouldn't have died in the Xiantian sect. If he were to take revenge in his lifetime, he would definitely destroy the Xiantian sect. If the Xiantian sect got the Zhao manor, they could enter the invisible barrier. At that time, the Xiantian sect would be the enemy that the Zhao family had to eradicate. Using the power of the Zhao family to destroy the Xiantian sect was Yang Lan's plan, and the Zhao manor was the bait to provoke a fight between the two sides as soon as possible. This thing was given to the Xiantian sect by Yang Chen, so naturally Yang Chen had a share. When the Zhao family retaliated, Yang Chen wouldn't be able to escape. It was killing two birds with one stone. What Yang Lan didn't expect was that when he gave Yang Chen a controlling idea, the divine sense of the Dragon Clan master trembled slightly. Obviously, the other side also knew about it. However, he didn't know what the other side was thinking. There was no follow-up reaction at all. It seemed that they had acquiesced to Yang Lan doing this. They could stop it, but they didn't stop it. This was worth pondering. Yang Chen didn't delve too deeply into the divine sense of the Dragon Clan master. He quietly lay dormant again, waiting for the next opportunity. "Husband, are you okay?" Zhou Xianying saw that something was wrong with Yang Chen and asked worriedly. The other women were also shocked. It seemed that if Yang Chen didn't explain it to everyone quickly, maybe everyone would pounce on him. The strongest golden immortal tribulation is still a little troublesome. I can't refine it for a while. Yang Chen told the truth. It is estimated that in a short period of time, we can only maintain the current situation. We can't use force easily. This time, the heavenly tribulation was absolutely unexpected to everyone, even Yang Chen. Fortunately, Yang Chen didn't need to use his divine sense for a short time. As long as he was with everyone, he didn't have to worry about safety. While the women were a little relieved, they also began to think about where their husband was going to take them. Yang Chen didn't explain and just let them follow. The Zhao family manor had been given to the Earth Dragon by Yang Chen and was refined into the most basic Chunyang Palace refuge manor. If he wanted to use it now, he had to come back and refine it again to remove the aura of the Earth Dragon. However, this was not difficult for Yang Chen. The Zhao family manor was successfully taken out from the mouth of the Earth Dragon. After a few fiddling with Shao Tian, it became a magic weapon with a pure aura. Yang Chen didn't decorate it much. He took the Zhao family manor that had been repaired by the Earth Dragon and went straight to the profound heaven sect. This time, it was still a secret operation. The women were all in the Dragon Palace, and they didn't care where they were outside. Yang Chen was still alone. He secretly met Sect Master Li and the 36 Heavenly Dipper Masters near the profound heaven sect. The Heavenly Dipper Masters all owed Yang Chen a favor. After meeting, they were very affectionate, talking and laughing, and they didn't treat him as an outsider at all. What's the matter this time? When Sect Master Li met, he immediately went straight to the point. Their secret meeting time couldn't be too long, so he could only make a long story short. In addition, what happened to the tribulation in the Chunyang Palace a few days ago? This disciple suddenly remembered that this disciple still has a Zhao family manor in his hand, which was obtained from the Zhao family in the mortal world. Yang Chen directly took the Zhao family manor that had become unrecognizable with both hands and gave it to Sect Master Li. This disciple secretly tried it. This disciple can enter the invisible barrier, and it will not be blocked. Is there such a thing? Sect Master Li was like a treasure for a while. The Zhao family manor was made without the slightest aesthetic defect by the Earth Dragon. He only saw the most core part. Heaven is really helping me. Chapter 2041. For hundreds of years, the major sect had been at their wits' end about the invisible barrier, and they didn't even have the means to study it. If they used their divine sense to explore, it would be sucked dry in a few moments, so no one dared to use it easily. In a violent attack, the human immortal and earth immortal experts were useless at all. Hundreds of heaven immortal experts attacked with all their might, but the consequences were worse than using their divine sense to explore. After paying the lives of hundreds of disciples, the major sect basically didn't dare to touch the barrier easily. It had to be said that the ancestors of the Zhao family were really generous. No one knew what kind of energy they had spent to arrange a barrier that was tens of thousands of miles long. According to the estimates of the major sect, relying on the strength of their sect for thousands of years, they might not be able to arrange such a large array, and the protection was so abnormal. But in any case, the major sect was forcibly blocked outside the barrier, and they couldn't do anything to the Zhao family. They knew that the Zhao family must be recuperating and accumulating strength on the other side, but they couldn't do anything about it. The Zhao family manor that Yang Chen took out at this time was definitely a shot in the arm for Sect Master Li. As long as they had this secret weapon, the Xiantian sect would directly become the leader of the spiritual realm sect, not just within the scope of the Dao sect. Did you see what's inside? When Sect Master Li took it, he didn't forget to ask. I'm ashamed, Master. I just took a peek and found a lot of monsters. Yang Chen put on a very embarrassed look and said, I didn't dare to go deep. As long as you have this thing, it will be a great contribution. Sect Master Li certainly understood. Even now, Yang Chen was only in the Earth Immortal realm. It was unrealistic to let him enter the core area of countless Xian immortal experts. Yang Chen dared to try it with a magic weapon, which meant that he had grown hair on his head. This disciple also had a sudden idea. Originally, this Zhao family manor was used to refine the core cave of the sect. Yang Chen took the opportunity to explain and emphasized the importance of the Zhao family's manor to Chunyang Palace. I didn't expect to get it by chance. I think it's the best way to use it, so I came here without stopping. Sect Master Li was very satisfied with Yang Chen's attitude. Thinking that he might be useful to the mysterious heaven sect, he immediately tore down the core cave of his own sect. Was there any doubt about his loyalty to the mysterious heaven sect? Other people were loyal, but they didn't have such thoughts. Isn't the gate of Chunyang Palace destroyed again? Sect Master Li was also kind and couldn't help but ask with concern. Chunyang Palace could be considered a subsidiary sect of the mysterious heaven sect, so it was not too much to be concerned. I'm used to it. Yang Chen's rather helpless words sounded so funny in Sect Master Li's ears, and he couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, when have you ever seen me mistreat you? Sect Masterly patted Yang Chen's shoulder and said, when you leave, bring 2 top-quality cave houses back to make the gate. Yang Chen hurriedly thanked him, but Sect Masterly didn't take it to heart. It was just 2 cave houses, which were nothing compared to Yang Chen's anxious thoughts. Even if Yang Chen didn't do anything, so what if he gave him 2 cave houses? By the way, what's going on with the strange heavenly tribulation in Chunyang Palace a few days ago? Sect Masterly solved a big problem in his heart, and he was in a good mood, so he began to pay attention to some other small things. Of course, the weird super heavenly tribulation was a small thing that could interest anyone. It's a friend of this disciple from the Dragon Clan. Yang Chen didn't even think about it and began to lie. Originally, this disciple's wives, concubines, and maids took turns to cross the tribulation in retreat for 300 years, but that friend from the Dragon Clan also wanted to join in the fun. So, needless to say, Sect Masterly also knew what Yang Chen was going to say. It was nothing more than a strange heavenly tribulation caused by the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had always been very mysterious in the mortal world and the spiritual world, and even there was no trace of the Dragon Clan in the mortal world. The spiritual world had only occasionally appeared in the spiritual world in the past 1,000 years, and most of them were related to Yang Chen. They were so mysterious, and ordinary cultivators naturally knew even less about the Dragon Clan. Even with the power of the Xiantian sect, their understanding of the Dragon Clan was limited to a very small range. It was already a big deal to know about the dragon and twining grass, and they really didn't know much more. No one knew what the situation was like when the masters of the Dragon Clan crossed the tribulation. But what everyone could be sure of was that one of Yang Chen's dragon friends was a master of the golden immortal level, and it was said that there were 9 mysterious immortal tribulations in the last tribulation. It must have something to do with that master of the golden immortal level. He was very interested in the Dragon Clan, so Sect Masterly asked more. How Yang Chen built a friendship with the Dragon Clan and how they dealt with each other later were all within the scope of his inquiry. Yang Chen didn't lie. He directly told him that shopkeeper Wang of the Blessing Gathering Building had a seed of the dragon in twining grass in his hand. He established a relationship with the Dragon Clan because Yang Chen took the opportunity to heal the injured dragon. Yang Chen spoke very sincerely to Sect Masterly, and he didn't even hide the tracking method he secretly used on the dragon in twining grass. To put it bluntly, this matter was Yang Chen's betrayal. But Sect Masterly didn't comment on Yang Chen's approach. Not to mention that Yang Chen had successfully gained the friendship of the Dragon Clan, even if the operation failed, so what? The spiritual world had never been a peaceful place. If one wanted to live a well-behaved and honest life, he wouldn't have gotten to the point where Yang Chen was. I was wondering why the Blessing Gathering Building would pack half of their property and give it to you. It turns out that there is such a reason. Sect Masterly smiled slightly and suddenly realized, planting a dragon in twining grass in exchange for half of the Blessing Gathering Building, this business is worth it. It's good that Master doesn't blame me. Yang Chen said with a simple and honest smile, this matter is a bit unethical. The Dragon Clan is not something that anyone can covet. You can resist the temptation and save that dragon. This is your opportunity. Sect Masterly was non-committal. In the future, try to maintain a good relationship with the Dragon Clan, there is no harm. Yes, Master. Yang Chen agreed respectfully, and then he seemed to think of something and asked Sect Masterly, Master, do you have any good cave abodes? Disciple's wife, Gong Sunling, needs to integrate some cave abodes to increase its power. If the sect has it, Disciple is willing to exchange it with elixirs. There is a group of fairy immortal disciples who specialize in refining cave abode. Sect Masterly was not afraid to tell Yang Chen, how many do you need to refine one with a radius of 1,000 miles in 100 years? What elixirs are you going to exchange for it? Yang Chen was very surprised. This was the first time that Sect Master Li didn't just give him a reward, but asked him to exchange with elixirs. Was there any other intention in this? Or was there something hidden in this matter?